our first presenter, Pascale Nicolet, who is going to talk to us about freshwater areas in the Thame catchment. Pascale is, as well as being a national expert on freshwater habitats, we're really fortunate that she's very active in our own area. I know some of it's over in Oxfordshire, but actually quite a bit of the River Thame catchment, which she is an active participant in, is in Bucks. So welcome, Pascale. Over to you now for our first presentation of the day.
Thank you, Mick. I'm going to share my screen. No, that's not quite worked out. Right, hold on a sec. Oh, good start. Right, is that okay? Can everybody see this? I hope so. So I'm going to talk about the important freshwater areas in the River Thame catchments. So this is a work that was done by myself and my colleague Hannah Worker, and it was a collaboration between River Conservation Trust and Freshwater Habitats Trust, and the work is funded by Thames Water.
Pascale, we haven't got the presentation.
You can't see my slides. Okay.
Have you got two screens?
No, I haven't. Let me get out and try again. This one. Is that any better?
That's it.
That's it. Okay, great, thank you. So the aim of the important freshwater area work is to identify high quality area for freshwater biodiversity, because we want to, once you've identified this area, you can then protect them in all sorts of different ways by including this area into the planning system, raising awareness of the importance. But also, once you've identified those areas, you can not only work in those areas to improve fresh waters, but you can also work around them and try to expand them and connect them at the landscape scale. So this is really work to underpin practical work to create and restore fresh waters. The IFA concept was developed in collaboration with a range of freshwater and species experts through a series of workshops actually go back to 2015 now. And essentially you collate species and habitat data. So this includes species of conservation concern, which is about 1,000 species nationally. I'll come to some of these things in a bit more detail in a second. You also gather information on priority habitats, designated sites, water framework directive, the high element status of the assessment for freshwater, water framework directive. You can use also proxy data. For example, do you have high concentration of clean water in some water bodies in an area? There are, of course, lots of limitations to these data sets. And so it's very important to be aware of those. Once you have collated all these data sets, you then carry out a spatial analysis. You identify hotspots where the rare, really rare species are, because of course you want to look after those so they don't become extinct locally. Then through quite a bit of interpretation, you can then designate your important freshwater areas. So we've already carried out this analysis at a range of geographical scale. This is still really to develop the method and to see how useful it is. We have a draft national IFA. We have the Breckland region IFA. We have a draft IFA for Oxfordshire as well. And in terms of catchment IFA, which is the smallest geographical scale we're doing this out, we have the Rye River in Yorkshire, the Ock in Oxfordshire, and then the Thame in Buckinghamshire. So those species of conservation concern, well, it's basically everything that pretty much lives in water. So the plants, the invertebrates, and the vertebrates. You can also add, if you like, when you do regional IFAs, some species that you think are important regionally. So the system is not meant to be very rigid, it's supposed to be helpful. So expert knowledge is very welcome. We have only really excluded things that have massive range or where we don't have very good information on the conservation status, like the algae, for example. It's very inclusive. Again, in terms of conservation status, it's very inclusive. So it's pretty much anything that has some kind of rarity status, so nationally scarce, IUCN near threatened, red lists, what is protected by legislation, obviously, and priority species. We've also added some indicator species, like, for example, the stoneworts, which are indicator of clean water, or exposed riverine sediment invertebrates, which are also useful indicators for the running waters. The data collected spans 1988 to 2017, and the data has been collected from a range of sources, and this is probably the most time-consuming bit of the whole process. So we obviously have data from BMERC and TVERC covering Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire, national recording schemes, the NBN, the Environment Agency data, which is now free to download on site, and also ad hoc records. I always notice things that I haven't submitted, but I know is actually in the catchments. Once you've got all your data sets, you have carried out the analysis. So it's just GIS really, it's not as complicated as it sounds in terms of the steps. And then you look at what you've got, and the criteria for designated IFAs are those. So water dependent designated sites like SSSIs qualify instantly. Then you need, in terms of the species data, you need to include diversity hotspot, where you have lots of nice species, but also those species that have very restricted distribution nationally. As I said, it's important not to lose these species because it's very hard to get them back. So identifying where they are and then being able to do work around them to protect or expand them is very important. In terms of habitats, you need to have at least a WFD high biological element. I'll show you in a second what that actually means. You need to have a you can have a priority habitat, or you can also have those proxy, which is, for example, a high concentration of clean water sites, often in kind of more woodlandy kind of areas. The streams haven't been surveyed, but they have clean water, and so they are likely to support interesting species. Of course, with all these things, there's also the kind of just in case something is important locally and doesn't actually fit with all this. As I said, this is supposed to be useful, not rigid. So let's talk about the analysis for the actual Thame catchments. This is the catchment. As you can see, it's got the Rare River catchment at the top to the north, the Chiltern to the south. It's got Aylesbury towards the top end of the catchments, and the river runs through the middle here, all the way down to the Thames below Oxford's. It's a no, I can't say this. It's mainly a clay catchment. So the first thing is to really be aware of all the water bodies in the catchments, because all waters are actually connected one way or the other, either biologically or in terms of the physical, chemical processes. And this shows the river network and the stream network, with the floodplain in light blue, and then the multitude of ponds throughout the catchments are shown in pink. And these have been slightly exaggerated because otherwise you would not be able to see them. And this is one of the main problems of any kind of spatial targeting, because it kind of misses out some of the small waters that are so important for freshwater wildlife. This doesn't include the flushes or the very small kind of headwater stream either. Very important to consider this all at once. And for example, 30% of aquatic invertebrate species live in both running and standing waters. And again, taking into account of both running and standing water is very important. I'm not going to dwell on this, but if you look, this is BSBI data naturally for species of conservation concern. And you can see to the left, there is an awful lot of these species that occur in standing waters and fewer in running waters. And the graph at the bottom again shows how important it is to look after the ponds and the lake, because they support so much biodiversity. But he's not saying the rest isn't important. All of it is important. And often the division is not actually very helpful. So here's back to the Thame catchments, looking at designated sites and conservation areas. Well, there's very few in the catchments, very few areas that actually have semi-natural, extensive semi-natural areas. So you have the Chilterns, A and B marked in blue here, and you can see a lot of SSSI and SACs, but these are mostly woodland or drier. So I've marked just those 3 SSSI that are water dependent, Shabbington Wood SSSI, Tring Reservoir SSSI, and Spartan Fen, which I can see is really, really tiny, but as you will see, is really quite important. A few nature reserves scattered here and there, and of course the RSPB Futurescape area, showing areas of the floodplain important for wading birds. So most of the catchment has no designated site or nature reserve. In terms of priority habitats, again, not particularly extensive area of priority habitats. There are some area of coastal and floodplain grazing marsh, which is a little bit of a catch-all, just to show areas of floodplain really. Some tiny pockets of lowland fen, which are so important, but often very degraded as well, or poorly managed. And again, really showing Spartan Fen SSSI there. Some, again, tiny bit of other areas. We've shown actually the good quality semi-improved grassland, because this potentially would be areas where we could focus work as well. And of course, there are the chalk streams, which are poorly mapped. There's many more than I think we see here. So looking at Water Framework Directive, where the river itself is at poor, the water bodies within the river as defined by Water Framework Directive, either at poor or moderate status, so not particularly good quality. I mean, as you know, there are no high status river overall in lowland England anyway. So we've been looking at the different elements used to carry out the assessment, the biological elements. And in the River Thame catchment, some of the network is considered high for invertebrates, and there is one water body considered high for fish. Looking at species data, on the left here, there is the fish data. Most of those records are bullheads. Most of these are Environment Agency records who carry out the Water Framework Directive monitoring. A handful of records for brook lamprey, European eel, and brown trouts. In terms of the amphibians, the other vertebrates, you can see common toad and great crested newt in the catchment. Now they're likely to have many more records, many more population that we know nothing about. A lot of these records, particularly around Aylesbury, are very likely to come because of development pressure. So this is not necessarily the true picture of population of amphibians. For wetland plants, I've split the restricted species, which I shown, I can't see the bottom of my screen, but you can. So I think they're shown in red. And then the green is those that are more widespread. This is because the new IUCN criteria are based on decline. So the species that are really still relatively common, like lesser spearworts, that are now near threatened on that list. Just wanted to raise the importance of this tiddly little bit of fen there, Spartan fen. This is one of the most diverse area of the whole catchment, or was, because you can see there's no recent record of those really nice species like Marsh, Helleborine, Grassoparnassus, and so on. But as you will see, there are work happening there. Only one stonework record. I know a couple of others that I must submit, but very poor on stonework in the catchments. There are other species that might be under-recorded, like tubular water dropworts, but others that are likely to be extinct, like opposite-leaved pondweeds, and it would be really good to know if it was or not. For invertebrates, it's a similar story. Most of the records are relatively old and particularly off-river, and so more information would be very welcome there for invertebrates. If you look at hotspots, not many surprises. These are 1 km squares, where we simply counted the number of species of conservation concern that occurred. The maximum number per square is 15, and it is a Spartan fen SSSI. Other areas which are obviously quite good, like Shabbington Wood and the Tring reservoirs, and obviously water stock as well, where more data is coming up all the time. And this is when you combine all these data sets, this is where you get to. We have 10 IFAs, which include the semi-natural areas of Shabbington Woods, and then various other bits of floodplain along the river. The gravel pit lake complex here, which is not a surprise, and the chalk stream. We've also identified 4 potential IFAs. These are places where we think there are interesting things, but we don't necessarily have the data to support it. And these may be areas that can be focused on in terms of getting more information. So along the Chilterns here and some of the Wells Farm Beaver Reserve there. So what you do with this, something to note is those big gaps here along the away from the river effectively. And we don't really know if this because this is data deficient, there is no record because it's all private land, or whether it's because there aren't any records there of rare species or uncommon species. And it's probably a little bit of both. Knowing the catchment quite well, it's very intensively managed for agriculture, mostly arable, and this, as I showed, there's very little remaining semi-natural areas. But there are massive amount of opportunity in the River Thame catchment, and the River Thame Trust is already working in quite a few areas, not just the River Thame Trust, but mainly the River Thame Trust on floodplain. Freshwater Habitats Trust that's creating 18 clean water ponds in Chadwington Wood in the last 10 years, and this is now a hotspot for toad and for stoneworts. There are more stonewort records there as well, and for Great Western Newt, of course. River Thame Trust and Freshwater Habitats Trust have been creating scrapes and making some backwater in water stock to try and benefit curlew and the fish as well, and of course the otter. There's also the newly finished floodplain wetland mosaic at Ethrop, and there's many more opportunity to do more. At Spartan Fen, the Oxfordshire Flora Group is working to restore the hydrology and is doing survey work. So I look forward to receive the results of this. And there's many more opportunities to do more work. I mean, what about rewilding this lovely floodplain and actually adding habitat and stepping stone and variety, diversity of freshwater habitats? There's also very active farmer clusters now that are looking at all these things on their lands and trying to really protect the freshwater environment. There are talks of beavers becoming less controversial now as well, which is good. And of course, ghost pond restoration, having done quite a few walkovers on private lands, there are massive amounts of ponds that have been lost from these areas here where there seem to be blanks. And these could be restored potentially if we could actually de-intensify the land use and provide a clean water source. And of course, the River Thame Trust is also working on removing weirs and creating fish passes, because there's a big blockage at the bottom of Dorchester there, which then affect the whole of the actual Thame River. So a lot going on, but also a lot more that could be going on. And what we would really like to see really is for those areas along the floodplain, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, maybe in longer time, but to become all IFA, next time the IFA is actually, the IFA's analysis is carried out, if they were all joined up, that would be really amazing. And perhaps seeing some other IFAs in those blank area there. So this work is also important in terms of planning. And for example, the Oxfordshire IFA has been integrated into the Nature Recovery Network. I'm not going to dwell on this, but it is important that this, because often the freshwaters are not very well considered. So really to wrap up, this analysis is an important step in restoring freshwaters, trying to understand where important things are and then working on them and expanding. It doesn't mean you don't work anywhere else, but at least you have more information to target scant resources for freshwater improvements. Clearly, the Thame catchment is data deficient. A lot of the data is quite old, and it would be good to know now whether some of this population are still extant. It's likely also that it's poor because of pollution, historics and currents of the water environment because of land use. But as I said, there's many opportunities to improve the water environments, particularly on the floodplain at the moment. And there are many landowners that are really keen on this. And I haven't got time to dwell here, but I have many examples I could give you. So we need more recording, targeted recording to try and work out whether this population are still there. And we did more practical projects to restore the freshwater wildlife in the River Thame. And I'll leave you on this picture of the Ethrop wetland mosaic, which is about 2 hectares altogether on the floodplain there. You can see the River Thame, and this includes both unconnected freshwaters and fish refuge connected to the river, which we hope will help in case there's further pollution incidents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pascale. That was a really, really interesting presentation. And I'm pleased that you mentioned how the work that you're doing connects with the local nature recovery strategy. It's a sort of model really for how we ought to be looking at important sites and potential connectivity. Now, I haven't spotted any questions that have come in specifically addressed to you. People, on reflection after your talk, people may decide to, and we can answer those later, if that's okay. There has been a little comment about how distracting some of the chat comments can be. Just to point out that if you are finding that, you can minimize or close the chat panel so that it doesn't interfere, and you can choose when you want to look at that. So thank you, Pascale, from everyone. We're going to move on now. Nicola Thomas from the Bucks and Milton Keynes Natural Environment Partnership. From my experience, Nicola performs miracles holding together a really quite complex set of partnerships, and not just the main groups who are involved in that work, but subgroups and projects that are happening on the side as well. So she's going to tell us all about her work on that now. So welcome, Nicola.
Thanks, Mick. That's quite an introduction. I hope I live up to expectations. Okie doke. I'm just going to find my slides for you all and bring them up. I've just popped that into slide view, sorry. Where's it gone? Slideshow, here we go. Right. Can everyone see my slides? A nod or a...
Yes, that's fine.
Great. Okay. Sorry about that one. Okay. Thanks, Mick, for that. So yes, I'm Nicola Thomas from the Bucks and Milton Keynes Natural Environment Partnership. I've got on the first slide there where you can find us if you want to find out more information, because I won't be able to cover everything in my time slot. So I'm the partnership manager, and you probably already know Rhiannon, who also works for BMERC, but she's part-time with us too. So together we make up one full-time person working for the partnership, but we're not alone because we're a partnership. So what I want to do this morning is just give you a quick reminder of who we are and what we do, some examples of our work, and where you can find out more information. So busy screen, who are we and what we do? The words in the middle really tell you about us, and the logos at the bottom tell you about some of our partners. So the first thing to say and emphasise is that we are the area's local nature partnership, and there's a network of those across the country, set up after a white paper in 2011 and which really emphasised developing a local vision for the environment, working collectively, strategically at a landscape scale. So that kind of set the way for local nature partnerships. And a really clear message is to work up in this really joined up strategic way. So we bring together a lot of different sectors, and you can see some of our partners' logos at the bottom there. Health sector, academics, obviously the conservation sector, land management, public sector, etc. Oh, and business, which I can't forget. So we bring everyone together, and the green circles that you can see on the screen really kind of help link up what we do. So with all of our partners, we set collective visions for the environment, which allows us to provide a collective voice when it comes to answering consultations, planning consultations about local plans, and it helps us champion the value of the environment in local decision making and raise awareness. We also organise amongst our partners joined up working. So it's our partners themselves tend to do a lot of the on the ground working to improve the environment, but we help to coordinate, make sure everyone's pulling in the right direction and the same direction, and really trying to integrate environmental with social and economic goals as well, which ultimately we're aiming to improve the Bucks and Milton Keynes environment. What I want to just highlight today are three areas of our project work, which are the green circles. So it's about setting that collective vision, about organising joined up working amongst our partnership, and then the ultimate aim is to improve the environment across Bucks and Milton Keynes. So the first project I wanted to highlight to you was our review of the Biodiversity Action Plan. So some of you may be familiar with the existing plan, which is called Forward to 2020, which put an emphasis on the importance of priority habitats. It set targets for improving and creating priority habitats, and put a real emphasis on doing that in the biodiversity opportunity areas, or the BOAs, which are shown on that map. The vision was set some time ago, and as it's called Forward to 2020, it was due a review. So we put a working group together of which represented some of our partners, and we came up with some ideas of what we should be doing for the next 10 years. And we were working on that for a lot of 2020. And we've really gone beyond just looking at priority habitats and BOAs, although they still do feature in the newer Biodiversity Action Plan. We're really taking on board, some of you may be aware of the Lawton principles, so really looking at a landscape scale, more bigger, better, and more joined up habitats. So we're looking beyond priority habitats, looking at other habitats within Bucks and Milton Keynes that may also need expanding, such as wildflower-rich meadows, wildflower verges, native semi-natural woodland, species-rich grassland, making some of the important sites bigger. So thinking about triple SIs, nature reserves, local wildlife sites, buffers around those sites, and really thinking about how to link them so that we have more joined up and therefore more resilient landscapes. However, a lot of that work has paused because we're heavily now involved in, as Mick mentioned, the local nature recovery strategy for Buckinghamshire. So what we've decided to do is roll forward the current 2020 BAP and take all of the thinking that we've put into the new BAP into the local nature recovery strategy work. And the NEP, that's the local, us as the Natural Environment Partnership, the NEP for short, has been heavily involved in this work. So I took the liberty of having the excuse of putting some really nice photos of Buckinghamshire onto this slide for you. And just to talk through the LNRS, I'll call it that because otherwise it's a bit of a tongue twister, the LNRS process. So what we're doing collectively, the NEP and other partners, are testing a process that DEFRA has devised for putting together a local nature recovery strategy. And these strategies will become a mandatory requirement per the Environment Bill for all responsible authorities once the bill is enacted. So we're testing the process that they think should be followed in order to produce one of these strategies for an area. And they will take the learning from our pilot and the other four and produce some guidance and some rules really about how to produce an LNRS in the future, so that that's ready for when the bill becomes an act. The overall purpose of this work is to draw on all the available information in the area, including, and importantly, from stakeholders. So I know some of you will have been involved in some of the webinars and workshops and surveys around this work already, to identify priorities for nature, to identify the benefits that we all want to see from our local nature, how best to achieve them, and where to do what in order to achieve them. So the LNRS will become quite an important document. The idea from government is that it will become embedded in the planning process and inform new local plans in the future, and also help to set goals as to where funding might need to be channeled. So it really helps to set the framework for the area. So as you can imagine, a lot of the work that we've done on the Biodiversity Action Plan is very relevant to work on the local nature recovery strategy. And hopefully some of the recorders who are out there working on part of this work are listening today. There's an interactive map, and I know some of you have been asked to help provide some information, to collect information about the condition of some of our sites across the county. The second area of work I wanted to just highlight to you, and I'm going to have to whiz through some of these slides now and just provide highlights because I know my time is ticking by. But this one is about joined up working, where we're producing a biodiversity net gain scheme that will cover Buckinghamshire. And that is to ensure that developers, when they put in a planning application, are also taking into account any losses in biodiversity that might arise from their development, and either provide for them on site, so mitigate on site, or where they absolutely have exhausted all possibilities on site, look at off-site mitigation. So in other words, looking at offsetting the losses by providing gains elsewhere. And we're working very hard with Bucks Council and all of our other partners to embed that scheme and get that ready and set up and working. And Buckinghamshire Council at the moment have got a consultation out on their supplementary planning document. If you fancy having a look and providing any responses, I think they're due in by next Friday. So that sets out what is proposed that Bucks Council will put into place in order to achieve this mechanism. And I should say that the whole mechanism does follow the mitigation hierarchy. So it's an absolute requirement that avoidance is the first step. So avoid losing key areas of biodiversity in the first place before you know, in terms of looking at where you locate your planning application in the first place. So it's really important that that process is followed. But a lot more information on our website if you would like to look into that. Just a couple of other things to highlight to you, some of the more on the ground work that we do. Rhiannon looks after the Bucks Buzzing project, which has given out over 1,500 packets of wildflower seeds to all sorts of groups and organisations and schools and community groups across the county over the last few years. She's put together some new resources on our website, which are definitely worth having a look at. And I think you can see some of these illustrated now. So there's some identification sheets, really good for children of all ages, she's saying. Lots of case studies are on there, details of previous projects that we've supported. I know that Rhiannon has been working with Fiona in BMERC on some of the local wildlife site areas and putting into place plans for new projects as well. So we really are encouraging everyone to get Bucks Buzzing, and more information about that project you'll have in the slides, which I'm sure will be shared afterwards. We've got lots of other work going on. I've only really got time to put the slide up for you, but we're looking at creating wilder road verges, working across the growth arc with other local nature partnerships and other partners. And coming up right at the bottom, we're looking at how we can do much more around climate change, coordinating better with farmers, land managers, the health sector, and also the private sector too. So where you can find out more is on the screen now. It's either myself or Rhiannon directly or through our main mailbox. We have a Twitter page and our website as well. So I think that's enough from me, Mick.
That's excellent. I would think you're tired a lot of the time with all that going on. What an amazing amount of activity and a lot of different projects that need to be connected together. That was fantastic, and I'm sure most people who are listening in probably weren't aware of quite the range of activities that the NEP is involved in. Now, just asking my BMERC elves in the background whether there have been any questions coming in from the audience.
Yeah, I'll do. Morning, Mick. It's Julia. Yes,
Hi,
indeed.
Julia.
We've got one. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost Pascale. So we've got one from Richard Birch. I'll read it out to you. I see you have an IFA noted in the Wendover area. What do we do to stop HS2 depriving this area of water by their cutting west of the town? I think that's probably a conversation that many of us has had over the time, and in not only Wendover, but quite a few of the HS2 cutting areas. As I don't believe Pascale's with us, what we'll do is add this question to any of the questions that come up today, we'll send them to the speakers and we'll publish to everybody that's been to the conference afterwards the questions and the answers.
That's great, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mick, I think we've just got another one. Yeah, second question from Sue Taylor, which I suspect is for Nicola. Do you coordinate with adjacent authorities, e.g. Decorum, who have identified greenbelt to be built on near Hockeridge Woods?
We do coordinate with neighbouring local nature partnerships, but at the moment the focus is, I have to admit, has been mainly around the growth corridor. So Oxfordshire, Northamptonshire, and then going over towards Cambridgeshire and picking up all of the sort of counties within the growth arc. That's been a real focus of our area. One thing we do need to do is really coordinate with the Hertfordshire Local Nature Partnership, which we haven't had as much contact with in recent years. So yeah, good point, well made. But in terms of you know, IFAs and any of the other priorities that stakeholders wish to highlight that might be relevant to our local nature recovery strategy, that's really where it's important that stakeholders say and tell us what's important to them. So yeah, as far as the NEP goes, we need to do more of that, and we will. We're doing some, but we need to do more of this sort of networking across the border. But as far as the LNRS goes, hopefully we've picked up a lot of what people find important and think is important. So hopefully some of the sort of greenbelt and other issues will be picked up there too.
Thanks, Nicola. Yeah, I mean, NEP can be very sort of busy in the background, and it would be great if people sort of try to connect up a little bit more. And one thing they can do, you know, over this next immediate period is help with this monitoring of sites. So if anyone's interested in commenting on the way some of the special sites, the local wildlife sites and so on are being managed, then if they contact BMERC, they'll be able to get access to the interactive map and so on. Thanks very much for your presentation. An amazing blossoming of training courses for recorders from the Field Studies Council. There were until the lockdown, there were lots of venues where you could go for their courses, and then a number of them moved online. Now, the person behind all that, making it all work, driving it with his enthusiasm, was Keiron, and I'm going to ask him to talk to you now.
Hey everybody, I'm not sure I deserve all of that credit, Mick, so I'll talk a little bit about the courses that I actually organised, but I thought I'd actually, yeah, that's fine, right. So I thought I'd start just by introducing the Field Studies Council to make sure that people are aware, because I'm aware that we only have a minimal presence in Buckinghamshire. So Field Studies Council, environmental education charity with field centres across the UK. We predominantly work with young people from primary school age through to universities, but we also teach adult natural history courses across our field centres as well. And that includes one centre, a day centre in Buckinghamshire at Amersham. In addition to that, we're a publisher and we produce a lot of ID guides, and we also produce atlases. And we've got a history of biodiversity projects that focus on biological recording and species identification. And those have culminated in the current project, which is what I manage, the BioLinks project. And that runs in the Southeast and the West Midlands, or at least it did before lockdown. So the courses that I was organising were all to do with this project. So there was a wider range of courses that the FSC offered as well. So the BioLinks project focuses on invertebrates, particularly under-recorded and difficult to identify groups. So we don't deal with butterflies, basically. We don't deal with Lepidoptera. It's 5 years. It started in 2018 and it ends in January 2023. So it's all about skills development within the biological recording community, and lottery funded £1.2 million grant. Okay, so during the first 2 years of the project, during 2018 and 2019, we managed to achieve a lot. We ran a really successful programme of courses and events, and this involved delivering structured training programs regarding the invertebrate groups that we were focusing on. So this is our programme just for beetles. across the 2 regions that we work in. So you can see there's lots of different courses focusing on different groups, and the idea is that they're a bit of a ladder for the recorder, so people can go right from being new to a group and develop their skills to get more experience, but also people can come in at any level. So there's something there for the existing beetle recorders as well. And then coronavirus happened, and we had to cancel a huge amount of courses and events. The ones flashing up here are just the 2020 courses in the southeast region, so double this, and that's what we cancelled. So we had a choice. We could either shut down the project or we could change the way that we delivered our training. So we opted for the latter, and we decided to investigate online learning. So I've got a little poll for you all here. I want to make this a little bit interactive. So I want to know from the people in the audience, have you engaged with any of the following online webinars or courses during lockdown? So you can select as many of these as you like. So the options there are online conferences. I'd expect everybody to tick that because you're all at an online conference now. Online talks, the FSC ones, or London Natural History Society online talks, because that's another talk series that I'm involved in. Talks from other organisations, or actual courses from the FSC that are online, or courses from others. So I'm really pleased to see some people have been on the online courses, which must be the BioLinks ones then, because we're the only ones that the FSC have run to date for adults. So I'll give you just a little bit more. It's anonymous, I can't see who's saying what. So yeah, I'll just give you 10 more seconds to answer that. Okay, there we go. Right. What we can see is, yeah, 98% of you that answered have attended online conferences. So there's one of you there that isn't actually attending while you're here, which is quite an achievement. But apart from that, yeah, talks are popular, less so with the courses. But it's good to see that quite a number of you have been to the FSC stuff. So I'm already preaching to the converted. Right, I'll stop this now. Back to the presentation. So when we decided to do online training, we had a look at the barriers, and some of the things that we thought that were barriers to online learning were, first of all, accessibility, so a lack of access to internet and devices for some of our learners. Also cost, setting up new systems, for example, a virtual learning environment platform, and paying for additional or upgraded accounts, for example, increased Zoom capacity costs money. Another barrier was attention. So when people come to the FSC, they usually come for a day or even longer. And if we're going to try and do the same with online, it's going to be really difficult to hold people's attention for a whole day of online learning. And people get distracted, people start answering their emails, etc. They turn their video off and disappear. Also, outdoor learning. So we've got to remember that the FSC is very much all about getting people learning outdoors, and online learning is associated with being indoors. So we saw that as a barrier to what we were trying to do with the training that we wanted to deliver. And finally, tools. So in addition to the cost of setting up new systems, access to the tools and the skills to use those tools could also be a barrier to us delivering online training. Because, yeah, all new to us. So, however, we also thought there were some benefits from online learning. So again, accessibility comes back again. Even though it may be a barrier for some people with internet access, online learning can also reduce accessibility barriers for some groups, such as those that have mobility considerations, or those that have work, family, or other commitments that prevent them from actually taking a day out and travelling to one of our centres. Reach. So there are limitations to how much people are willing to travel for any given course. So beginners courses that are a day long in particular will only get people from a very small geographic area around the centre that it's being delivered. Our residential courses that are a bit more specialist do tend to get a bigger reach geographically, but with online our reach becomes national instantly, and even international as well. Capacity is a benefit. So physical courses and events have a limited capacity due to the physical space of the centre that they're being delivered at, although online learning does also have capacity limitations. So for example, Zoom calls can only fit so many people on. The capacity is much higher, so there's a potential to deliver training to a much larger number of people. So cost, again, it's both a barrier and a benefit, because once you're set up with online learning, it can be much cheaper to deliver it to a much larger number of people. So the cost per learner goes right down, and that can be transferred, that saving in costs can be transferred to the learners as well. So again, we increase accessibility if we can bring the costs down. And finally, something within our sector that I think is really important is the environmental impact of online training. So when we're delivering an online training course to 100 people, for example, that's 100 people that if we were delivering physical training courses will be traveling to a centre, and with all the carbon emissions that comes with that as well. So after weighing that up, we looked at two things that we wanted to achieve. So we had 3 months before we hoped the coronavirus pandemic would go away. I'm not sure if we really believe that, but we put together a 3-month plan, and our aims were to engage people with invertebrates and recording. So we didn't want to lose the momentum that we'd been building with the project of engaging people, and also provide people with identification and recording training. So find a way of actually delivering some of the skills training that we were going to do. And we trialed 2 mini projects, if you will. First of all, to continue engaging people with invertebrates and recording, we launched a series of virtual talks, 30 what we called virtual meetups. And we call them virtual meetups because we didn't want them to just be static talks. We wanted our audience to be involved. So we allowed people to keep their cameras on. We had live Q&As as well as a 30 to 40 minute presentation. Now we tried to keep it about invertebrates, but we also, because we moved quite quickly on this, ZSL, British Entomological and Natural History Society, and the Back from the Brink projects all asked if they could do talks through our system. So that broadened it a little bit beyond the invertebrate remit that we had. So like I said, in total we delivered 30. We had 6,719 bookings, 4,115 live attendees, and the difference there is with people not showing up, but the people that booked but didn't show up still got sent the recording of the talk and any important links, etc. So yeah, and then we put them out on YouTube, and we've had thousands of views on those videos following that. So they carry on reaching new people. The feedback we got proved what we thought about some of the potential benefits, and it showed that we were engaging new audiences, and it provided people that would never have had the opportunity to come to an FSC centre because of location, because of other factors. They could join in with our talks, so that was great. So BioLinks is all about sharing what we learn. So a few lessons that we learned for anybody thinking of setting up a virtual talks series. I'll go through these one by one. So one, it's not a one-person job. The more people involved in supporting the sessions, the smoother they ran. For some of ours where we had hundreds of people on the call, I had a team of 5 or 6 people that were helping out on the call. Number two, ensuring the guest speakers have had an opportunity of a practice run is really important for their confidence, and to make sure that you can get out of the way any issues they have with sharing screens, things like that, that they may not be 100% confident with on the platform that you're using. 3, our audience, as our audience increased over time, so did the strain on our Zoom calls. So making sure that you've got mitigating measures for dealing with that, like telling people to turn off their videos and understanding how to get them set their devices so that they don't use more internet bandwidth than they need to. Number 4, the attendees will expect you to be able to answer all of their tech questions. So you may not be a Zoom expert, but you need to have the guidance on hand from the Zoom website, so you can share it if you need to. And 5, gathering feedback and reviewing it enables the sessions to continue improving over time. That's something we still do now. The second thing that we did was our Discovering iRecord course. So we trialed an online course. We trialed it over 3 weeks using Zoom. It was a huge success, but we learned that actually it would be better delivered with all the resources available through a virtual learning environment. So we built what we call a Moodle platform, and we're delivering the third version of Discovering iRecord now, and it's getting very good feedback. So you can see the stats there. Again, lessons we learned were: number one, any live webinars should be interactive rather than lecture based. If you want to provide video lectures, this is better done as pre-recorded videos. We crammed too much. So number two, we crammed too much into 3 weeks. With online learning, it's better to space it out into manageable chunks. Number three, the online learning does not mean being indoors. Assignments can be set in between aspects of the course to get people outside, learning outside. Number four, different people learn in different ways. So make sure that you've got different types of resource that people can engage with so that it works for different kinds of people. And five, one real strength with online learning is the ability to signpost to further reading, etc., while within the course. So in a classroom, normally you'd be given a list of things that people can go away and look at. In online training, you can actually get them to do that while they're going through the materials. So yeah, really useful. Right, okay, so I want to actually give you another quick poll and find out, because a lot of the time I get told that so there's a poll up there for you. I get told that people are worried that the virtual stuff will not be as popular after lockdown. So I want to know if the people here will engage with virtual courses events once the pandemic is over. So there's 3 options there. Yes, I did before and will after. Yes, I didn't before, but I will after. And no, I'm only engaging with virtual events as there is no alternative. Obviously, there will be the place-based stuff as well. And engaging with virtual stuff doesn't mean that you can't engage with the other stuff, right? I'm going to end that poll now. And I think that really gets across my point. More people are engaging with online stuff than they did before the pandemic because it's brought in new audiences. However, most people are still happy to engage with it afterwards. So it means that online learning should be a permanent part of what the FSC and the wider sector do. So if we look, I want to now just very quickly run you through what we've got coming up in 2021. So as well as Discovering iRecord, we've launched a number of new online courses through the project. We've just started Discovering Beetles, and Discovering Bees starts at the end of the month. They're both fully booked. We've currently got open for bookings in May, Discovering Earthworms, and in June, Field ID of Bumblebees. So we'll have 1 online course trialing per month in the BioLinks project. Once we've done it, reviewed it, adapted it, it will then be handed over to my colleagues at the FSC to become part of the permanent programme. So we offer all our courses at a subsidised rate of 20 quid. So if you want to get hold of these courses while they're cheap, you have to get them on the first time they're out with the BioLinks project, and I'll tell you how to sign up to that later. We've also got our Natural History Live talks, which are an extension of the virtual meetups. The next one is on hedgehogs and roads, problems and solutions. And we've just announced recently Polling the Pollinators with Martin Harvey will be talking later. And that's a fantastic opportunity to find out more about the UK Pollinator Monitoring Scheme and how to get involved. So loads more virtual talks coming up. We've also we're working with the National Forum for Biological Recording World Museum to Niptra project to bring a Outside the Honeypot Wildlife Recording in the Urban World conference. So 2-day conference. This is available for just £5. So it'll have loads of speakers speaking about biological recording projects and initiatives across the country. So absolute bargain. And the final thing, this is breaking news that I want to tell people about, is I've just lined up a series of 5 webinars for site managers and people involved in practical conservation. And this series of 5 webinars are designed to get people skilled up in invertebrate, managing sites for invertebrates. So they'll all be £10 a pop, and they'll be opening soon. And that is the website where you'll find all of our courses. So while that's going, I've got one final poll, and this is just purely for my interest, so I know what to plan. I'm interested in hearing from you what subject you're most interested in. Yes, I'm sure everybody would like courses on all of them or webinars on all of them, but I want to hear what the single most interesting subject is to you. So you've got about 20 seconds to answer this. Make a decision. Bear in mind that the FSE is planning stuff for all of these topics, so don't worry, we will have stuff for everything. But yeah, oh, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm sure you can guess which two are most ahead for anybody that knows me then. This is brilliant. Right, okay, I'm going to end that poll now. And my two interests there, biological recording and invertebrates, are out in the lead, so I'm very happy with that. I'm surprised fungi wasn't higher, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of stuff is focused on vertebrates, so it's interesting to see that they come in joint last place. So yeah, right. And on that note, the last thing I'm going to share with you is a link to where you can sign up to our e-newsletter, and this is where we announce all of our courses, events, our blogs, etc., and ways of getting involved with the project. So I'm sorry if I went over a little bit there, Mick.
That's okay.
That's me done.
That's okay. That was fantastic. Really exciting news. Good to get your hot off the press news about courses for site managers. That's brilliant, I think. Now, just checking with Fiona and Julia whether there've been any questions coming in for you.
Yeah, there's just one question, which is the obvious one. Any idea when you're likely to be holding outside training events again, or is it in the lap of the gods?
So for the FSC, it will be as soon as possible. We're looking at the 21st of June onwards, but obviously you have to take everything with a pinch of salt. With biolinks, because a lot of our stuff is microscope based, it really will have to be when all social distancing restrictions are lifted. However, what we're looking at doing is staggering in, so maybe doing some field stuff earlier as well. But yeah, the line I've got at the moment is the 21st of June for most FSC stuff. But as we've learned over the past year, you can never say anything for certain anymore. It could come forward, it could go back. So yeah, watch this space. The best way of getting the answer to that question is to sign up to the Biolinks newsletter, because then we will let people know as soon as we've got stuff available.
Okay, we'll try and put that link into the chat for people.
Yep,
great.
Brilliant. Thanks.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much, Keiron. Lots of things that people are hearing about that they can sign up to today. I would say if you want to keep track of everything that's going on in this recording world, then honestly, you really need to join Twitter. It ought to be an essential part of anybody's recording kit, because you can keep in touch with people like Keiron, most of our speakers. You don't have to bother with all the rubbish that's there as well, but it's a great way of keeping in touch. And I don't have any shares in it. Okay. Right, we're going to continue now, and welcome to Professor Carl Sayer from University College London, and resident, I think possibly resident in, but I'm not sure. You're certainly a lover of Norfolk, you say on your Twitter account, but you're putting that to one side today and visiting us here in Buckinghamshire and going to tell us about your work, particularly around pond restoration. So welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. So I come originally from Norfolk, but I work at University College London, and I live in Bedfordshire in the little village of Harrell that many of you may know. So I have, affection for the local area, quite close to where you're all talking about. I saw some pictures of Olney there. I'm very close by to there. So anyway, I'm going to be talking about the Norfolk Ponds project today, and how we've been working on researching ponds and restoring ponds in Norfolk. I'm going to tell you about the ghostly and the ghastly, and hopefully you'll see some high relevance to to what's going on in Buckinghamshire and locally. So here is Norfolk, and here are all the ponds. It's very, very pond-rich county. We have between 22 and 23,000 ponds currently in the area. So it's you know, incredible resource available to conservation. But what I'm going to show you is that it's an incredibly neglected resource at the moment. So I'm going to talk to you about, especially about the ghastly of Norfolk ponds. One of the problems is that because we've had about sort of 50 or so years of sort of lack of management of ponds, they used to be used, now they're not used for anything. Most of the ponds in Norfolk have grown over like this, so that most people wouldn't even recognise them as a pond. They're little wooded patches in the fields. This is the ghastly. And when you look back through time, this is a sediment core from one of these ponds. It goes back to the 1600s, in fact. You can see that this pond sort of overgrowing is something that didn't really happen in the past very much. It's something that is very much present day. So if you look at the woody remains there in the core, these are bits of twig and you know, bits of sort of leaf matter in a sediment core. You can see they really start building up after the 1970s. But before then, you know, through 400 years of time almost, you know, it wasn't really a big feature of the pond. So it's a recent thing, really. And when you look in these ponds and you sample them, it's very, very, if you find any water for a start, it's very, very harsh, low diversity environment. And when you look at some biology of these overgrown ponds, this is just amphibians, but you can do it for almost anything. This is the percentage of ponds with amphibians versus shading. You can see as you get into the very high shading categories towards the right-hand side of the graph, you know, your chance of having amphibians in your pond starts to diminish, you know, quite dramatically. And obviously amphibians are pretty tolerant things, so it shows you how harsh conditions are. And then the other thing, and I should put the lights down for this and have some strange noises maybe, but we can see we've also got all these ponds which have been filled in, and there's about 8,000 or so in Norfolk which are filled in, and you can see them there. It was especially after the war they filled them in as patches of sort of open bare ground, crop marks where you've got different coloured soil or crops growing faster, often wet patches of the fields in winter. You can still see them. They're a sort of ethereal imprint in the landscape. Don't be scared. So the Norfolk Ponds project has really come about to try and put this situation right. And in 2014, we sort of formed with the aim of advocating and mainly sort of delivering farmland pond restoration, especially inspired by what a local farmer had done. And so far, we've done about 200 or so restorations, probably more now. And we've given advice to many farmers so that they can do their own pond restorations and resurrections. And what we're really aiming for is pond landscapes that look like this, a mosaic of these old ponds, which are at different stages of succession. So some overgrown will leave, but many we need many more open ponds which are full of aquatic plants, like you can see there. So when we started doing this work, you know, there was quite a lot of resistance to it, actually. We went to meetings and I'd be told many things, and I made a little summary here because it's now time to sort of talk about some of these things that we were told. We were told that farmland ponds were too polluted to be any good. The restoration effect will be short term, and after a few years they'll decline. Restored ponds fill up with invasives, I was told once, and it's better to dig a new pond next to an old one, I was told many times. I'm going to particularly address these questions. But what we do is we go to ponds and we remove the scrub, and we then go in and remove the mud, and that will take us about a day to do this work. We spread the mud over the field. We don't clear all the trees, I should add. We leave quite a lot of scrub present, but we open it up, especially from the south and from the west, and it looks like a right mess when we've done it. And so here's a pond during restoration, and then we're going to look at this pond in 2 years' time, the exact same position. You can cue if you like, and make a little cooing noise. Look at that, an incredibly rapid recovery of not just a few plants, but a very complex, structured, species-rich vegetation. Here's another pond, again 2 years from this exactly the same position, again, a vibrant pond full of species, the sort of thing that you get excited about if you've got a pond net. Again, just another sort of before and then through the sort of process. So you can see that in photograph C there, you've got the sort of 1 year after. It looks a little bit bare sometimes, but in year 2, you can see we've got this, again, this vibrant pond that you would have no idea that anyone had ever done anything to. It looks like it was meant to be like that, probably because it was. And of course, the other thing we've been doing is not just restoring the overgrown old ponds, but we've been resurrecting the spooky ghost pond. So here we can see a ghost pond marked on the top map that was present in the 1950s. You can see it was next to a hedge, and you can see the hedge was pulled out in the modern day and the pond had disappeared. And what we do when we resurrect a pond is we find the old pond first of all. We dig down until we find the dark layers of the old pond. And of course, these dark layers are easily signified by snails and seeds and all sorts of stuff like that. And then we dig it to roughly the same dimensions as we can. We try and make it as the old pond was, a sort of an archaeological approach. And you can see from E there, the photograph, that, you know, this is actually just 1 year later. You've got a very, very rapid recovery of that pond. And as we're just now a few years later, 3 or 4 years later, you can see that, you know, again, you'd have no idea that there was anything done. It's a vibrant, species-rich pond. And the remarkable thing, really, and the reason this is all so fast, this restoration, is that even when buried underneath a field, underneath a crop for 150 years or so, the seeds of these water plants that are found there are stored in these dark, cold conditions and very viable still, so that when you resurrect the pond, or when you restore an old pond as well, you get this resurgence of old plants from seeds which are very long-lived. So you're really resurrecting stuff that used to be in the landscape, you know, centuries ago. This may even go back thousands of years. And so we've got some examples of, you know, what we've achieved through this restoration approach. So here we've got some ponds on a farm at Hayden in mid-Norfolk, and you can see we've got the ponds there before restoration and some control ponds there on the right-hand side, and we're looking at wetland plants. And if you look at the left-hand side graph, you can see that there's this massive climb after restoration, you know, after just a few years, of the number of wetland plants found on average in each pond, whereas the control ponds stay the same. So it's a very, very dramatic increase in vegetation. And the amazing thing really is that it's not just common plants that come back. We get all sorts of really rare stuff because we're disturbing seed banks and you know, in other words, environments that were around centuries ago. So this little pond here that I'm showing you had 6 different species of stonework present in it, including the rare Tolipella glomerata. And that's not an uncommon scenario. That is the maximum we've ever found. But to find 4 or 5 stoneworks after restoration is quite normal. We found some mega rare species. We've had the rare Nias marina come back, schedule 8. And then recently this Lythrum Hysopifolia grass poly came back, and it was the first record of this plant in Norfolk for 100 years. Again, it's because we're disturbing these old seed banks. If we look at invertebrates, so here we've got some overgrown ponds on the left, and then some restored ponds on the right, and these are all in the same landscape. You can see that restoring the ponds and then subsequently managing them, keeping them open in this case, gives you a massively higher, on average, per pond invertebrate diversity. You know, it's over double the amount of freshwater invertebrates, so it's very, very worthwhile. And you think, well, you know, what happens to all the other things? We've got this pond that's full of plants, it's full of invertebrates. Maybe this benefits other things in the landscape. And we've been looking at farmland birds. And we found when we compared overgrown ponds and restored ponds, there are at least almost double the number of bird species visiting the ponds that we had restored. This is all sorts of classic farmland birds which are in decline: yellow hammers, whitethroats, different finches, swallows, swifts, house martins, all coming into these restored ponds. Why might that be, you might ask? Well, we did some emergence trapping because we had a hunch it would be emerging invertebrates And you're a very unlucky invertebrate if you get caught in a emergence trap, really, aren't you, all that pond area? But anyway, comparing restored ponds with overgrown ponds on the right, you can see that there is a massively higher number of emerging insects coming out of the restored ponds. It's 28 times higher in terms of abundance and much, much higher in terms of biomass. So these restored ponds are a really important food source for birds, and it draws the birds into these ponds. And it's especially things like mayflies and chironomids. And we don't know about other times of the year, but we suspect this is an important thing throughout the year, maybe even into winter. And here we've got the underwater environment of a restored pond. A little journey for you. Look at the stoneworts. And lots of insects, damselflies, mayflies, water beetles. This is a very, very vibrant environment. And we're in the middle, remember, of a farmer's field here. This is the most biodiverse place in the landscape by a mile. Bit of Nitella there. And now we're going to look at the birds. And if you're lucky and you arrive at the right moment at a pond when it's releasing insects, you will see this. And these are mixed house martins and swallows. We often get swifts as well coming into these ponds. So it's astonishing. You might think, well, that's good enough. Is there more? Yes, there is more. We looked at pollinators, because when you open up the edges of an old pond, you're of course opening up old areas of grassland and scrub which can colonize with wildflowers. And so we've been comparing the pollinator use of ponds which have been restored and which are unrestored. And you can see from this graph that we have a double the number of pollinators in terms of abundance. This is daytime pollinators visiting our restored ponds. And this is also similarly spectacular at night with things like moths really using these ponds. So restoring ponds has multiple benefits, as you can see. And if you look at plant pollinator networks and you compare restored ponds, and you look at all the plants that they can feed on and all the species which are using those plants, it's a very, very diverse and dense network in the restored ponds. This is all good. What about great crested newt? You might be interested in district licensing. Here is a landscape before restoration. These are the great crested newt populations that were present before restoration. And we then started restoring ponds. And every time we restored a pond, we get more great crested newts. And so by the end of this period, we've got a doubling of the number of great crested newts in the landscape. And of course, this shows you that restoring ponds is very, very good if you want to increase the number of great crested newt populations in your landscape. And very simply here, it looks like it's nearly doubled the number of sites with great crested newt. What about the longer term? One of the things that was always said, this could be a short-term effect, that the ponds will start to degrade as they get polluted and farm runoff, etc. We just haven't seen this happen. And so here we've got data here for restored ponds, the overgrown ponds on the right, but focus on the restored ones. You can see before restoration, a very low number of plants. But then after restoration, you can see the number of plant species on average in the ponds is going up, if anything. And you can see the last survey after 5 years, it's gone up quite a lot. And we found this for ponds that we've restored after 8 or 10 years. The oldest ponds we've restored are still very rich in plants. So that doesn't seem to be the case quite, which is very pleasing. And the other thing to say is that of all the ponds we've restored, we've never seen an invasive plant, okay? So it also dispels that other myth. What we do see though, after time, is we see the edges of the ponds become a lot more richer. So we sometimes lose different species in the open water because it starts to dominate by certain things, but the edge zone continues to get more diverse. You can see this exact same picture of a pond edge, and you can see the edge is actually growing into the pond. And this is a great thing. This is a real development of a complex pond habitat. So thyme for us is actually at the moment, being shown to be a beneficial thing. If you compare pond creation with restoration, and we've managed to get some data for a Suffolk pond, which allows us to compare this, you can see that in the early years, so we've got great created ponds in blue and restored ponds in blue and created ponds in red. In the early years after the works, you can see the restored ponds have many more aquatic plant species, this is wetland plants, by the way, than the created ponds. And you see, as you go through time, the created ponds gradually catch up. So after 8 to 12 years, you've got roughly the same number of plants in the created and the restored ponds. But if you look at unique plants, plants that are unique to created and unique to restored, you can see that in this case we have many more species which are unique to the restored ponds, and it's because you get so many rarities coming out of these seed banks. So it's basically what I'm trying to say is it's a very, very good idea if you have old ponds in your landscape, even if they're not ever so common in the landscape, is to consider restoration, because these old ponds can bring these rare plants back into the landscape, and that will help to feed any new ponds that you're digging as well. So the conclusions: farmland ponds are not too polluted to be any good. The restoration effect is not short-term. Restored ponds do not fill up with invasives, and therefore I hope you'll agree it's not better to dig a new pond next to an old one. We need to really value the old ones. Let's restore ponds and create ponds. We need to do both things, and both things are good. So we need to cherish our old ponds, because you can't create an old pond. They were positioned in a landscape that supplied them with lots of really rare old plants. We need to treasure these old ponds, and consolidate around them. And look at that's why, because you get this kind of thing going on. So dedicate this talk to Richard Waddingham, because everything I've said today all comes from the wonderful mind of this farmer who taught us everything that we know. He sadly died a few months ago, but he's our great inspiration. And thank you very much for having me. You can find out more about us, and thanks to all the partners and of course all the farmers that let us do all of this work. That's your lot.
Thanks, Carl. That's a fantastic amount of food for thought there, and actually amazing amount of encouragement to anyone wanting to do work like this. And for sure in Northbooks, which I know, we've got an awful of ghost ponds that could be worked on. Right, over to Julia or Fiona for any questions.
Yes, hi Mick. We've got a couple of questions and also just a comment from Louise Mapstone. So starting with a comment first, she says, "Such a brilliant talk, Carl. So great to see the value of restored ponds being highlighted. Fabulous, thank you." And then going to the questions, there's two. One from Graham Hickman. I know Graham quite well. He's a geologist by trade. Your core samples suggested ponds started to become overgrown in the 1970s. What would have kept them open beforehand? How much future intervention is required to keep them open? So I don't know whether you want to tackle that one first.
Very happy to tackle that one. Yeah, basically they were kept up open by farmers. They were of use for all sorts of things. The water is of use, especially for cattle, when there was more cattle in mixed farmed landscapes. They used the wood sometimes was used. It was a good idea to clear the wood from ponds, because in the old days when farming was less efficient, there was lots of grain in the fields. That meant lots of rats, and farm ponds were places for rats to get into if they were all overgrown. I could go on, but until about the sort of, I don't know, 60s, 70s, there were lots of reasons to keep them open, and then those reasons disappeared. So and the other, the key thing really is that you have to manage these ponds. So you can restore them, but every so often, every 4 or 5 years on a small pond, every 8 years perhaps on a big pond, and it depends what you've got really. You need to come in and do management, and that would involve coppicing the trees back again, opening it up to the light again. If you've got a digger on site, sometimes you can scrape a little bit of mud out of a corner, what we call patch scraping, and just to add a little bit of disturbance, because ponds do like disturbance. Don't be scared to disturb a pond ever, and they come back very strongly after that. But you do need to manage, but management isn't such a big job as restoration. It's a relatively minor job. You can do quite a few in a day.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry that you're becoming very popular, so I'll work my way through them quickly. So one from Sue Taylor: do you translocate the rarer species to newer ponds?
No, we don't. We've never planted or seeded or done that ever to the edges of the pond or the open waters of the pond. We allow nature to do all of this for us. I suspect that if you have some created ponds and a really good old pond next door, or if you're restoring an old pond and you've got some of that magic mud, you might accelerate the colonization of a created pond nearby. I suspect also for really rare species, this swapping mud around might be a good conservation tool. So there might be applications of this, as I just said, but no, we've never done that. We open the ponds up to the light, and then nature does the rest.
Excellent, thank you. I often think that's a really good principle, because if we move things too quickly, it's always very difficult for us to understand what would have come if it was left to its own devices.
Yeah, my general advice to anyone is not to do anything and just sit and wait, and it won't take too long. You'll be surprised. Don't write off a pond. Sometimes we've had ponds that had quite ordinary plant communities, and then all of a sudden 3 years later, boom, there's this really rare thing sitting there, and you think, wow.
Absolutely. Next one from Anna Watkins: how do you approach farmers about pond restoration for this project?
Well, if I'm really honest to you, we've become so sort of popular in Norfolk. They come to us now. They're really keen on it. This is cheap work. Farmers can see the benefits. There are lots of these old farm ponds in the fields that it's not really getting in the way of farming. They exist already, so it's really not a big problem. In all the years we've been restoring ponds, if we've approached farmers, we just ask them nicely if we can restore their ponds. We try and get them involved. If you get them involved, it's even better. But there's generally, it feels like there's an open door for this sort of work. Yeah.
No, I'm sure, especially sort of when words get round at how well they're doing.
Yeah.
One from Michael Andrews: have you restored ponds which have invasive species in them already?
No. We would do a pre-survey, and if there's an invasive species, we would keep away from that pond, because the last thing you ever want to do is have our digger driver that goes around restoring ponds transporting invasive species around on his tracks. We've made a mistake once where we started restoring a pond that we'd missed an invasive in, and then we have had all sorts of problems of having him to drive around on a dry farm for a week, because just a fragment in a seed. My general advice is to be very careful with that, and if you've got invasive plants, then try and eradicate before you do anything, or keep away.
Excellent. And a quick one from Nick Horsland: Carl, brilliant talk. We have the Chilterns LiDAR programme. Can LiDAR help to find old ponds? Yes,
especially the ghost ponds. You'll find it in the LiDAR, because you'll always have a little bit of a depression, and then look for them on old maps, locate them using LiDAR, and then in winter, if you're walking around, you'll be able to stand in them.
Brilliant. And the last one, because I know we're going to be pressed for time: when is the right time of year to do pond restoration?
To do restoration of an existing old overgrown pond, you want to be doing it in from September to November is your peak moment. You've got dry ground, the pond levels are low, which allows you to get the digger into the pond even more. And you're out of the amphibian season mostly, and you're out of the bird season, so it's the least amount of disturbance to existing wildlife. You can continue through to about sort of February. You don't want to interfere with the amphibian season, obviously, so you're stopping around about then. But working earlier is better than later, because the longer you go into the winter, the more water there is. It's better to do management and tree work in the winter and do most of the mud work, before Christmas.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That was all of them.
That's excellent. Thanks, Julia, and thank you, Carl. That was tremendous and has sparked off lots of interest in the audience.
Pleasure.
Wonderful.
If it leads to a few ponds being restored, I'm a happy gentleman.
Great, thanks very much. Right, we're going to move of BMERC presentations, and it just so happens that the first one is connected with what Carl's been talking about. It's almost as though Claudia knew what he was going to be talking about. So we're going to start off with Claudia Bernardini, and then going to move to Fiona Everingham, and then Emma, and then we're going to have our lunch break. So over to BMERC.
Good morning, I'm Claudia, Environmental Project Officer. Today I'm going to introduce you to two projects I'm working on, the Bucks Pond Project and the South Bucks Ancient and Veteran Trees Project. British ponds support a wide variety of wildlife, including some of the rarest freshwater wildlife. They also support a wide range of ecosystem services, and they can help mitigate water pollution, flooding and climate change. A large number of ponds have disappeared since the 20th century, and many are in poor condition. Amongst the main threats is pollution, abstraction, invasive species, recreational activities, fisheries, agriculture, development, and climate change. In 2019, BMERC was involved in mapping the green infrastructure for Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes, and it became apparent that information relating to small water bodies was patchy for some areas and completely absent for others. So in order to address the gap in our database, we came up with the idea of the Bucks Pond Project. Unfortunately, the work was halted at the very beginning due to the pandemic, but we are now ready to resume the project. We have four main objectives in this project. We want first to determine the location of the ponds in the county. We want also to determine their conditions. We want to determine reptile and amphibian presence and monitor populations. We also want to train a group of volunteers to assess pond conditions and survey for reptiles and amphibians, with opportunity for those volunteers to work towards getting protected species license for great crested newts. The citizen science phase will also see the involvement of BSBI Hedgerow Heavens Project Officer, Buckinghamshire Council Protected Species Officer, the Bucks Amphibian Reptile Group, and also the Chalk Cherries and Chairs Project. We've identified around 30 sites to start the survey, and a number of volunteers have already been identified and made available by BSBI. The Chalk Cherries and Chairs project has also recruited some landowners to engage as volunteers, and is also providing reptiles refugia. The fieldwork will run between March and October 2021, and the survey is expected to extend to new sites in 2022.
Hi, this is Marcus Militello here from the Bucks and Oxon Wildlife Trust. Just wanted to say we're very excited about getting involved on this Buckinghamshire Ponds project. It really offers us a great opportunity to start understanding the distribution of ponds in the county better, and also whereabouts we'll find certain species like the great crested newt, other amphibians and reptiles in the area. This gives a fantastic gateway for our volunteers who've been working so hard through the Hedgerow Havens project over the last few years to have some ongoing things to volunteer with over the next few years once the Hedgerow Havens comes to an end. So very excited to work with BMERC and the Bucks are. I look forward to seeing you all out in the field by the ponds.
So if you're interested in the project and want to get involved as a volunteer or landowner, please contact one of us and we'll be happy to have a chat with you. The South Bucks Ancient and Veteran Trees project started in 2019, and despite the pandemic has already been quite successful. Ancient and veteran trees often support a great variety of wildlife. The leaves, the roots, decaying wood, hollows in the trunk, loose bark, and the waterpools represent an important habitat. Individual trees can be crucial to the survival of some rare species, and more and better connected trees offer great chances of survival for species to move across trees and over time. So a couple of years ago, BMERC decided to start the challenging task of surveying and mapping ancient trees, supported by the invaluable information and database already available through the Ancient Woodland Inventory and the Ancient Tree Forum. We planned the survey and started the fieldwork in the autumn. Since the beginning of the project, we've contacted 65 private properties and visited 16. We have now recorded 350 ancient and veteran trees, including 25 different species. Here you can see a distribution of sites and trees across Southbacks, with some excellent sites such as Stock Park with 145 trees recorded. The survey collected a large amount of data, including information related to key features of ancient and veteran trees. We recorded the girth of the tree or circumference, the presence of hollowing and decay of the central wood, and the reduction of the crown size, also called retrenchment. As expected, the three top more represented species were oak, sweet chestnut, and horse chestnut. But we also recorded some outstanding exotic species like the Wellingtonia and the tulip tree, and others you can see in the slide. We've also recorded some impressive specimens such as the sweet chestnut and the English oak in the slide, with amazing trunk size. These are some of the threats that we've encountered in our survey. As all trees are often under threat, sometimes linked to natural causes like due to age and structure that makes them more vulnerable to pests and disease, competition, climate change, but in most cases directly caused by human activities and resulting in ancient trees dying, collapsing, or being felled. Trees located in public places are often under scrutiny and more risk. Examples are soil compaction on roots caused by tarmac and machinery that come too close to the tree. Veteran trees in the middle of a golf course, some members complain is a nuisance and want it removed. Veteran tree in the middle of a busy golf course that is actually a health hazard for golfers. And also walks next to a veteran tree that shows damage from machinery on bark and roots. Ancient and veteran trees provide a wonderful habitat for many species of birds, insects, mammals, plants, fungi and lichens, some of which are rare and specialistic species. So what's next? We have more private properties in Southbacks that we've contacted that not surveyed yet because of the lockdown. So we'll be surveying those first. Ancient woodlands and hedgerows are the next on the list. Some are accessible from public footpath, some are on private land. We still need to finish writing our reports and providing feedback to the landowners. The data has been collected in Excel format, so we'll need to start digitizing those records in GIS. And finally, we'll upload the data onto the Woodland Trust inventory, some of which will be made public, some will remain private. Also last year, we wanted to provide 2 training days, one for BMERC recorders and volunteers, mostly on ancient trees ID and recording, and one for landowners on trees management. We couldn't do that because of the lockdown, but we are planning something for the next autumn. If you're interested in the project, please contact us and we'll give you some more information or sign up for BMERC mailing list. I now leave you to my colleague Fiona.
Claudia, that's fantastic. At the end of this, I defy anyone to say there isn't something they can get involved in. So now over to Fiona, who's going to be talking about local wildlife sites.
Hello, I'm Fiona Everingham and welcome to my whistle-stop tour of the life of a local wildlife site surveyor before and in the time of COVID, from the carefree days of 2019 to the slightly less carefree present. 2019 was a year of consolidation, writing up site reports and getting on top of some of our backlog. And so I only actually went out and surveyed 14 sites. Had I consulted my crystal ball and seen what lay ahead, I might have ditched the site reports and done more survey. So 2020 dawned and we were in lockdown, so we missed the entire spring survey season and a lot of the early summer. But despite this severely truncated survey season, I still managed to visit 30 sites covering over 300 hectares. One of the sites is this quite large area down in the south of the county. It's part of the Chalk Cherries and Chairs farmer cluster. It's an arable site, but it's got a really diverse mix of habitats. And as you can see, wide margins and really interesting flora around the edges. It also supports a very good assemblage of arable plants, which are sadly declining throughout the country as a whole. And because it's so diverse in the flora and the habitats, the wildlife associated is also very interesting and diverse. Another thing that I've been doing is arranging additional surveys, so filling in the gaps in our knowledge. Bucks Invertebrate Group have visited a couple of sites for me, and also Tony Marshall did a detailed fungi survey at a church down in the south of the county, which will probably now be put forward as the third in a series of church sites notified as LWS purely on the fungal assemblage. So if there are any volunteers out there, if you've got time on your hand or you've got a specialism, do get in touch, because I'm sure I can put you to use and find you some really interesting sites to go and look at, particularly if you've got any fungus knowledge, because we've got a few more churches that we think have similar vegetation that would also merit a more detailed fungi survey this autumn. Early 2020 found us all remotely working from home, so we had to find new ways of interacting as a team. We attempted some species identification via Teams, which was a bit hit and miss. We've certainly got a lot to learn about the technology. We were eventually allowed out and did manage some face-to-face, or at least at a distance training, which was much more successful and enjoyable. We also attended several online training courses, and I would like to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to organisations like Field Studies Council and Chalk Cherries and Chairs for getting their resources online so quickly. We learned an awful lot, and it really helped keep us sane through those long days of lockdown. Another large part of my job is providing management advice to landowners, land managers, and this can involve site meetings to discuss the issues, and also putting them in touch with groups such as Chiltern Rangers, as you see here, who will help them to actually deliver the on-the-ground management and get better outcomes for wildlife. In 2020, I've also been helping volunteer groups to get back to resuming their outside tasks by updating their COVID risk assessments. I've been promoting sources of potential funding to the groups and organisations that I've been working with across the county, encouraging them to bid for any available money to support small projects that they might have ongoing. We at BMERC run a small grant scheme, and the NEP has from time to time small pots of money, as does Bucks Buzzing. So if you have a project that you think would benefit from a small input of cash, do let us know and we'll see if we can help. Another part of my job is promoting BMERC and the work we do, raising our profile both internally and in the wider community. In 2019, we held 4 school events helped by our recorders and also by organisations such as Chiltern Rangers, and these always go down really well with schools, but I don't think we'll be holding another one until 2022 at the earliest, which is really sad. Also given presentations to a variety of groups, including parish councils. 2020, I contributed to the successful bee bout Wild Parishes webinar series, which really helped us to reach out to a much wider audience than we would have been able to reach otherwise, and ongoing contributions to our new BMERC newsletter, and encouraging others to submit articles. So also providing input to the council members' briefing notes. So this is really important for raising our profile within the council and getting them to really understand how important wildlife is and the environment, and how it should be taken into consideration right from the start and across the board. In 2019, I organised an aquatic plants training course at Linford Lakes, and a big thank you to the Parks Trust for letting us use their venue there, which is an excellent facility. We got the services of Owen Mountford, a renowned and well-known botanist, and both days, the Friday and the Saturday, were well attended, and hopefully people learnt a lot. In 2020, we were unable to hold any events, so we were mainly promoting other organisations such as the Field Studies Council, Chalk Cherries and Chairs, and the Wildlife Trust. But hopefully in the future we will be holding more courses, so watch this space. We've also been trying to maintain links with the external bodies, which isn't that easy. Obviously, you know, we've got lots of events that we've hoped to hold in the past and they just keep getting pushed forward, but we do still have these in mind, and we hope to hold some more events at some point in the future. LWS selection panel in 2019, we had one in December and 20 sites were prepared. I think 10 new LWS were created, covering over 200 hectares, and 10 BNS were deselected at a little over 55 hectares. But it does create an awful lot of headaches for everyone in the team getting those papers prepared, and probably for the selection panel as well when they have to read them. We are looking in 2021 to see how we can hold an event remotely. So we're trying to find a nice remote island where all the panelists can sit and peruse the panel papers whilst topping up their tan. And so I'm currently in the throes of identifying potential LWS and BNS to be delisted, and identifying any gaps in the survey data so that I can instigate getting those filled at some point. So the way forward, well, we still have 250 BNS awaiting survey. Those are the dark blue on the map, and a backlog of about 140 that are still to be processed. So they could be waiting for further information, more survey work, or we're negotiating with the landowner. There are more than 460 designated LWS, and we'd really like to monitor a selection. Many of these won't have been visited for several years, and some landowners won't even know they have an LWS on their land, so it's unlikely they're being managed optimally for the habitats or species they were designated for. I'll continue to provide management advice to owners and managers, and the important outreach work, engaging with that wider audience, trying to enthuse people about the wildlife and habitats around them and getting them to value and protect it, and nurturing those new recorders, the recorders of the future, which is so important. So how can we innovate? How can we make ourselves smarter, more efficient? Perhaps cloning's the way. So if anybody has any ideas how we can produce this perfect surveyor with all the gadgets and gizmos, please do let me know. We have got the okay to employ an additional surveyor this year for at least 2 years to help us clear the backlog and begin the monitoring program. So if you know anybody who would be interested, or you're interested yourself, then please do get in touch with us and we'll send you the application form. I've mentioned LWS monitoring, and you should all by now have received an email from us telling you about the new online survey. So if you want to sign up for that, then please do so. If you haven't received the email and you'd like to get involved, then do get in touch and we can talk you through that and get you involved and signed up for it. or if you can just help us fill in some survey gaps. If you've got a BNS near you that you could give us updated information on, or you have a site nearby that you think we might not know about, then please let me know. Or if you have a specialism, I'm sure I can find you a site where we can put your skills to good use. We nearly made it onto Countryfile in 2019. But we were pipped to the post by the model aeroplane flyers, unfortunately. And if anybody saw that episode, they would have seen the people at, I think it was Ivinghoe Beacon, Dunstable Downs, that area. So that's all from me, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Fiona. That's brilliant. I saw some questions coming in, but we're going to deal with those at the end of the 3 presentations. So we're over to Emma now.
Hello, my name is Emma Foster and I will be presenting a short update on the traditional orchard projects we have been performing within the last couple of years. For those who have not heard about this project, the aims of surveying orchards within Milton Keynes and Buckinghamshire to gather valuable data of traditional orchards' priority habitat. Very briefly, traditional orchards are classed as priority habitats under the Biodiversity Action Plan, protected under many policies and legislations due to their positive influence over biodiversity and our English heritage. They structurally composed like parklands and wood pastures, but defined to having more than 5 fruit or nut trees less than 20 metres apart. So why is it important to collect data on these priority habitats? One is, as traditional orchards are declining, it is more important than ever to update our data and knowledge on the current existing traditional orchards within our county, as well as updating our habitat maps. This links in with the fact knowledge is power, especially when it comes down to development. We are not going to stop development, but what we can do is to inform planners and developers what we currently know and have records on. If the development site has any implications on the existing traditional orchards, the data we have collected will help, especially if development can be avoided or minimise impacts on the priority habitat. This data can also help us understand species within the habitat, which links into our new and exciting project on noble chafers. Those species tend to spend most of their time and life within dead wood of trees, and Julia will talk more about this project. So, 2019, we all chipped into this project, spent some time in the field and sun surveying and identifying traditional orchards. We started off identifying orchards within the rough Oxford to Cambridge Expressway, as we understood there will be many potential development pressures in this area to this habitat in the future. The orchards were identified through different maps. We currently contain Natural England and historic maps by the Scottish Library. We identified 565 potential orchard sites within the expressway envelope. We collected the data by using aerial maps and survey forms in the fields. Over the year of 2019, we surveyed private lands, farms and gardens, totaling to just over 415 orchards surveyed within the proposed expressway envelope. Sadly, 228 orchards were no more. On the positive side, 211 orchards were still present. And furthermore, out of a total of 415 orchards surveyed, 60 of these traditional orchards were present. Following on from 2019, 2020 was a bit of a whirlwind. As the site surveyings were restricted, we were unable to perform some desk-based studies, such as identifying more potential orchards via historic and aerial maps for when site visits can resume. The main idea for this year is to expand our area across Milton Keynes and Buckinghamshire to survey and update our records on this important habitat. We still have a few to survey still within the expressway, but we're nearly there. So, what can you do to help? Well, if you know of any orchards within your area, then please get in touch via our email address on the screen with some basic information about the habitat to allow us to follow up when surveying is back to normal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thanks very much to all three of you for those presentations. Julia, Fiona, any questions?
No live questions for those three talks.
Okay. Well, that's handy because it means we can break for lunch. I mean, if people do have questions resulting, they can email you or indeed ask the question later and we'll try and pick it up. But yes. Thanks to everyone for their contributions this morning. Signed by Jeremy Halls, who was then ecologist with the Bucks County Council Landscape Ecology and Forestry Service. And interestingly, there were 78 participants in addition to the organisers and presenters, and that's almost exactly the same number as we have today. So some things change, some things I'm pleased to say don't, and the same sort of people are involved today, and we are so pleased that we have this amazing community of wildlife recorders. So I think we're ready to move on to this afternoon's presentations now, and I'm delighted to say that Stephanie Skipp has joined us. Stephanie is from the University of East London, and I was talking about Twitter earlier on, and she's one of the really interesting people looking at invertebrates and insects, and in her case beetles in particular, who you can come across on Twitter and find its value for as a communications tool. Anyway, I can see Stephanie's ready, so over to you, Steph. Looking forward to your talk.
Okay, thanks, Mick. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, great. I'm just sharing my screen. Can you all see that?
Yeah, that's there. That's great.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Steph Skipp and I'm here today to talk to you about my PhD, which is on deadwood insects. So I'm a PhD student at the University of East London. So to start with, I'm just going to talk about this term saproxylic, just starting from the beginning, talking about what it means. So saproxylic is a term that you can use to describe anything that requires decaying wood to complete its life cycle. So this is to like a range of different extents. So some species live in deadwood for their entire lives, and some, like this little click beetle pupae, just use it for a small portion of their life. So you can see that it's using that protection that the wood gives it to get through this vulnerable stage of its life. But it is a really wide term. It describes species that feed on deadwood, species that feed on fungi that live on deadwood, and even some species that feed on other insect species that feed on deadwood. So as you can see, it's quite a broad term. And because of that, it's not surprising that there are really quite a large number of these species. So in the UK, we have over 1,700 species of saproxylic invertebrate. And if you look at this tree, and there's another, you can see kind of why. So a really old tree provides a massive range of different habitats that these deadwood insects can use. So you can see on this photo, there's a lovely cavity which contains some nutritious wood mold that species can live inside. You can see some of the bark is starting to peel off, and you do get specialized species that are particularly flattened so that they can live under this bark. And then you get things like saprons, which provide nourishment for a species. And you can get other things, including canopy deadwood and deadwood on the ground. So really there's a massive range of resources that species can utilize. So it's not surprising there's so many of these. But unfortunately, our saproxylic invertebrates are under threat. And you can see this if you think about the decaying wood beetles. Over 50% of our species have got a conservation status, so that's not particularly great. And there's a variety of reasons for these, but most of them centre around a loss of their habitat. So this can be because of changing forestry or land management practices. We're starting to veer towards quite sanitised methods, where when wood is cut from a tree, it's removed from the site, which is not great for these deadwood species. There's also things like loss of whole chunks of woodland because of management. That's obviously going on in the news and things like that. And then historical wood harvesting is another thing that has impacted our deadwood species. So I think around the 1800s, there was an extensive wood harvesting for people to get wood for naval ships. And because of that, there's a whole age category of trees that's been almost wiped out. So that means that the really old trees that we have at the moment, the ancient trees, as they reach the end of their lives, we don't have some of the younger trees developing these habitats, ready to take over the baton and take on some of these saproxylic species. So our invertebrates are a bit in trouble. And you might think, why does that matter? Why do we care about that? But saproxylic invertebrates do perform a range of important functions in our ecosystem. So one of the main ones that you might think is as wood dies, these species act to break up the wood and return the nutrients in it back into the soil, so to retain the vitality of our woodlands. There are lots of these invertebrates that perform a pollinating role, and there's actually been a new paper come out by Stephen Falk recently on this, so I'd recommend having a look at that, just so you can appreciate the range of different species that do perform a pollination role. And also, if we do start losing some of these species, there's a risk that we could upset the delicate balance of the ecosystem. So you can see on the bottom right of our screen, there's a wasp here, there's a parasite wasp, and it does help to control some of the other species. So without some of the specialized predators and parasites that we have, other species might be able to have a population expansion or explosion, and to an extent that they can become harmful to our woodlands. So it's really important that we retain as much of this saproxylic invertebrate diversity as possible. So that leads me onto my project. So part of what I'm looking at is how much deadwood habitat do these species actually need, and how do they move around the landscape using them? So how do they use these trees as stepping stones to be able to traverse across a landscape and maintain a really wide and healthy community? So to do this, I've been putting out traps into some trees. So you might even recognise these trees, as both of these are from the Stowe National Trust landscape. And if you haven't been, when lockdown's over, I'd really recommend you go in and have a look at these. It's a really lovely site. So you can see my trap on the left in one of these trees. It's what's called a flight interception trap. And it works by passively catching these insects that might be flying around a habitat feature. So these fly around and they bash into the transparent panes of the trap, and then they fall down into the funnel below and get collected in a lovely collecting pot. And that's how I get my samples. It does kill the invertebrates, unfortunately, but that is the only way that we could get a really lovely comparable sample for all these different trees. And also many of the species we catch are really tiny, or some of them even need dissection to be able to identify them. So it is important that we do this survey work. So these are my two sites. You can see Stowe National Trust landscape in Buckinghamshire, and I'm also looking at another National Trust landscape, which is Wimpole up in Cambridgeshire. And the reason why these sites are so wonderful is because they are pasture woodlands. So the trees in them are in really open situations, and that means that they get a lot of sunlight and they're able to grow really old and develop a lot of these saproxylic features that are important for our species. Also, the trees of these sites are in a range of different situations. So you can see some of them are sort of situated in the middle of a field, and some of them are in ancient rows of trees. So, or even some of them surrounded by quite extensive woodland. So there's a really good variety that we can look at and see how these different situations impacts the diversity of species that are able to use these trees. And just for interest, here's a few of the species that I have personally collected from Stowe National Trust landscape, just to show you a little bit of an insight of how diverse these are, just even in form, you know. I won't go into each of these individually too much, but if any of them catch your eye, feel free to ask me a question about them later. And one of the most interesting species that I found at Stowe National Trust landscape was this one. This is a little weevil. It's called Acopora alternata. And finding it at Stowe, that was the 4th time that it's been found in the UK, the fourth location that it's been found. There's even some rumours that it spreads around by clinging onto birds. So that's quite an unusual thing. But yeah, I was really excited to find this during my sampling. So from the results of my survey, we can find out what's the best situations to have trees in and maybe inform future planting. But what happens if we look at these results and we look at a woodland and we notice that it's falling short of what it might be able, of the amount of trees that it might be able to provide for these saproxylic invertebrates? Well, there are some things you can do to increase the amount of habitat that you have in the landscape. So this guy on the left, it might look like he's doing some massive damage to this tree and maybe killing it. But what he's actually doing is mimicking what happens when a tree gets struck by lightning. So it produces this long groove down the center. So this acts as an opportunity for the fungi and bacteria to get inside of the tree and start this decay process and begin the formation of these saproxylic habitats in trees that might otherwise not have developed them for another few hundred years. So when a younger tree gets these saproxylic habitats, we call it a veteran tree rather than an ancient tree. So you can see one on the right, this one was found in Wimpole, my other site. It's quite a young tree, but it does have very evident features of decay. So you can produce really useful habitats even in younger trees. But these habitats do take a little bit of time to form even when you are helping them along. And there are some species that require really optimal, perfect, quite difficult to achieve microhabitats. So this is the violet click beetle. It's one of the most rarest beetle species in the UK, and it uses basal hollows of trees. So it would take quite a long time for these to form. So what we're looking at is how can we add more stepping stones into a forest and add a little bit of extra saproxylic habitat. And one way that we're trialing this is through beetle boxes. So these are artificial habitat little stations, little boxes that we're filling up with the ingredients that you can use to form the wood mold that you might normally find in a tree cavity. So that's decaying wood, a little bit of leaf litter and some other things. And we're hoping that these will form sort of correlatory similar habitats as a basal hollow in a tree. So we're putting these into we have put these into 2 forests in the UK, and both of these sites are the sites that you can find this endangered violet click beetle on. So should our experiment work properly, in a few years, it might even help along this beetle. So that is Windsor Forest and Breeden Hill are our 2 sites that we're putting these saproxylic boxes into. And when we're going to sample them, we're going to compare the diversity of species that we find inside the boxes to those that we find inside real ancient trees. So we see how well they're going to work as a additional little piece of habitat. So the ones that we're trialing, we have a wood one. So obviously you would think that would be most similar to the tree that we're trying to mimic. But what has happened in similar experiments where they've put artificial habitat boxes up onto a tree is that they do degrade quite quickly as the wood starts to decay away. So that is a bit of a problem as we're trying to produce these habitats for long enough that they can support saproxylic species until new trees develop decaying wood habitats. So in order to make them last a little bit longer, we're trialing a few other designs. These include a plastic box, or a few plastic boxes, and this lovely concrete box that some people at the architecture section of UEA helped us to make. So that's quite exciting. So we're going to compare how well all of these perform. We're also trialing a few different additions to the contents, as well as our sawdust and leaf litter and a little bit of soil. We're going to try, and we're trying in a few of them some additional nitrogen, so a little bit of extra nutrients in the form of manure. And we're trialing these because in natural tree hollows you would get birds nesting, and they might either die or defecate into the hollow, adding a little bit of extra nitrogen. So we're going to see if this helps our boxes along. And we're also trialing a few different types of sawdust, so sawdust from a few different species of trees. The hypothesis is that inside these tree hollows, the wood mould is so decayed that it doesn't have any of the defences that a tree might have anymore. And so the beetles don't need to be particularly specialised on each individual tree. So we don't think that the types of sawdust would make a massive difference, but it's important to check this hypothesis. So we're trying beech and oak sawdust in our boxes to see if the beetle species that are attracted are different. So far we've put out our boxes and they've been in for a year, and we've sampled them during last year. So our sampling was a little bit impacted by lockdown, but luckily we were able to get out to the boxes a few times and sample from them. So what we did was take out a bit of the wood mould that had developed inside, and we were quite happy with how well it had been decaying down. We took that out and we sorted for it by hand, so picking out any large insects. So we're mostly looking at beetles, but we looked at everything inside the boxes just to see what was happening. And then we took the rest of the sample back after we'd extracted the large invertebrates, and we put the small part of wood mould into these traps. So these are called Winkler funnel traps, and they work by allowing the soil sample to dry out slowly in the environment. And as it dries, the invertebrates will run down towards the bottom and then fall out through a little mesh bag that the sample is contained inside. They fall down into the collecting pots that you can see at the bottom. So that allows us to extract any little microinvertebrates that we might not otherwise be able to see through hand sorting. So we did this, and it was actually quite successful. So the Winkler traps allowed us to extract a really large range of tiny invertebrates that we wouldn't have otherwise been able to see. So we are getting some saproxylic invertebrates inside these boxes, which seems really promising, and we hope that these boxes will be able to be a helpful addition to woodlands in the future, where to allow them to get over the problem of a gap in the age structure of their trees. So thank you very much for listening to my talk. I'd like to thank my supervisors and my funding organisation. So that's University of East London, BugLife and Natural England. And a special thanks to the volunteers at the National Trust sites that I went to. They were massively helpful in my sampling. So if you do visit Stone National Trust, be sure to be extra nice to the volunteers that you encounter there. So thank you for listening. That was fantastic, Steph. As you can imagine, that's got me very excited. But I know not everyone will be quite as devoted to saproxylics and beetles, but I think we probably have some questions. Julia, how's it going?
We do have a question. We've got one from Sue Taylor. How well do artificial tree hollows mimic the temperature and humidity of real hollows? Yeah, that is a very important question, as the one factor, as was discussed earlier with the noble chafers, is that tree hollows do often provide a really great buffering effect from the outside environment. We haven't tested that this time, but that is a very important aspect that should be involved in future monitoring. As you can imagine, at the moment with lockdown and things, it's been a little bit tricky for us to do long-term monitoring in terms of that sort of thing. But so it would make sense for it to be slightly less than what is provided by an actual tree. And
And it would be interesting to see how that varied between the different types of boxes that we're looking at, so the wood and the concrete and things. But yeah, that's a really interesting point and definitely something that needs to be looked at in future studies.
Are there any other questions?
Yep, one from Tim Arnold. How many individual boxes of all types and contents do you have?
So I think we have 30 boxes. I just want to go back in my slides so that, because I've outlined, 32 boxes. So 20 boxes in Windsor Forest and 12 boxes in Bredon Hill. In Bredon Hill, it's a bit hilly, so it was a bit difficult for us to put as many in there, as you can imagine.
Hard ground.
Yeah, and digging in a hill, you have to dig almost twice as much to be able to put them in there, because they are half inside the soil, because a base of tree hollow would extend down into the root system, so that's why they're slightly buried. But yeah, Bredon Hill has 12 wooden boxes, Windsor Forest has 14 wooden boxes, and then 6 plastic boxes.
And one slightly left field one from Neil. How do you pronounce Saproxylic with an X or a Z?
What do you mean? I don't know. It's the same as with all those Latin names, isn't it? Nobody really knows, so you just say it quickly and then it's okay.
That's a brilliant answer, and it's the one we usually go for because nobody knows.
Yeah.
Is that all the questions that have come in, Julia?
That's all the ones I can see.
Okay. I just wanted to ask one, Steph. Are you already getting a feel for how important sort of old trees stuck out in the middle of agricultural land in hedgerows? How important might they be that we haven't really been taken into account?
Oh, they're massively important. We're starting to get a little bit of an idea of the diversity and of species that we've been able to find in all the different trees, and it definitely seems like the largest and the oldest trees are coming out on top in terms of having the most diversity, even when they're stuck right out in the middle of a field. But also ancient avenues of trees are quite good. Well, as far as we can tell at the moment, we're still looking into all the testing and everything like that. But ancient avenues of trees that have really old trees all in a line are really important. So obviously those were used by the landscape architects of the past, and it's important that we maintain these features. As my testing has produced a really large amount of species that do have a conservation status. So yeah, definitely a massive resource for these invertebrates.
That's really interesting, and it's great that some of your work has been at Stowe, and some of us are concerned about areas like Wadden Chase, which is not too far away, which is, it's difficult to find much trace of the original open wood pasture, but it is there, and it's fast being swallowed up by Milton Keynes, so it's quite an important issue for us locally.
Yeah, people overlook the pasture woodlands in favour of the sort of classic forest type habitat, but actually the old trees that you can get here have got a massive value that beyond just looking pretty.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much for your talk, and we all look forward to reading papers when you publish.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having
Nick,
me.
sorry, can I interject while Steph's still there, if she's still all right? You all right for one more? Sorry, one's just turned up late.
Perfect.
So it's from Martin Albertini. Were any other groups identified from your catches?
So we've kept from the flight intercept traps, I presume you mean. We've kept everything, and I've tried to ID a few of them, but I am sort of specialist in beetles. But once we've got everything collated and nicely organized, it is really important that we're going to ask for some experts who might be interested in having a look at our samples just to see if there's any unusual flies and wasps around. But in terms of the beetle boxes, I'm also looking at a range of species, a range of groups such as myriapods and isopods, and I'm starting to look at mites a little bit, and yeah, so we're making sure that nothing goes to waste in terms of our sampling.
Great, good question, Martin. Do you want Steph to send all her Lepidoptera through to you?
Oh.
Thanks, Steph.
Mick, can I just say,
yes.
there's is there any opportunity to take part in the research if people are interested? That's one question. And just a comment from Keiron to say it's a fantastic talk, and he's going to be asking if you can send him a copy of the specs for the beetle boxes, so you can expect that to come.
Yeah, lots of people are quite interested in getting a nice beetle box for their garden. What's the
other one was
involved.
Opportunities to get involved with your research.
I definitely look at the Ancient Tree Forum. My research, because it's just a PhD, is going to come to an end fairly soon. But the Ancient Tree Forum is a great place to look in case you're interested in getting involved in a bit of surveying of your local ancient trees.
Great, that's really good good suggestions there, thank you. Right, we're going to now move on to another Martin Harvey, who I don't think will need any introductions really. Martin indeed used to run these, and most people operating in Bucks will have come across him at some time or other. And typical Martin, he's got a lovely title for his talk, just copying a little bit from Charles Darwin. His talk is on the origin of species recorders and how recording has been evolving. So welcome, Martin, and over to you.
Thanks very much, Mick. I'm assuming that you can see my screen and hear me, and you'll let me know if you can't. But
yeah, that's all okay.
Brilliant. And thanks very much for inviting me to talk today. Sorry I couldn't be with you this morning, but great to be able to join in with another BMERC Recorders Seminar, even though it's a bit different this year, of course. And I've been asked to say a little bit about where are species recorders coming from? Have we got a problem with recruiting new recorders? And this was the sort of hypothesis or challenge, if you like, that BMERC originally put to me, that it's sometimes said that there seems to be less interest and fewer opportunities among the younger generation to get into recording. And is this a change in society, or are things carrying on much the same as they were in the past? And this links to this idea of the extinction of experience, which is a term that the lepidopterist Robert Pyle came up with. He's an American lepidopterist, and I think he coined that phrase in the 1990s. This idea that as time goes on, people don't have the same connection to nature, they don't get the same experience, so they care less about it, so things continue to decline, and it all becomes a horrible sort of negative feedback cycle. And I think there's definitely some things here that we need to be worrying about, but I've always been slightly skeptical about this idea that the younger generation aren't interested. And I guess that's partly because when I first got involved in recording, I was about 12, I think. And I've been hearing that the younger generation aren't so interested ever since that time. So whether anything really is changing, I think is quite difficult to know. And if we can get it to work, I'm hoping that I can get you all to fill in a quick poll on how old you were when you actually first started recording wildlife. So not when you first got interested in it, but when did you first start recording? What age group did you fall into then? So I'll give you a little while for a good proportion of people to answer. Plenty of answers coming in. Okay, so yeah, I think most people have answered now. And yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, that's actually a much wider spread than I was expecting. And I think that does encourage me that there isn't any particular sort of age-related bias, if you like, on when people start recording. We've got a really good mix there with people in their 20s coming out well ahead. And 3 people who haven't yet started. So you've got a wonderful life ahead of you now that you know about BMERC and wildlife recording and all this stuff exists. Think of all the wonderful stuff that's yet to come. So yeah, that's encouraging. I think that it is something that people can get involved with sort of at any point during their lives. Actually, I'm not sure you could see the result. I wasn't sharing the results, was I? I will share them now. Yep. So that's how we've, as today's group has come out. So I think that supports my theory that perhaps there isn't anything changing very drastically, but certainly some things are changing. So let me get rid of that poll screen. And now I need to get my other screen working again. So are young people getting involved? What are young people getting up to these days? And of course, I'm sat here as a fairly old person nowadays. I've been around a while and I'm not really qualified to speak on behalf of young people, but I do like to see what's going on. And for instance, last weekend, BBOUT ran a Wilder Next Generation Summit meeting, at which I wasn't involved, of course, not being of that generation, but I saw that there were lots of people getting involved and leading on that and looking at ways that we can continue to take conservation and recording into the future. One thing I was involved with last autumn, which I thoroughly enjoyed, was the Chilterns Champions Conference that Nick Marriner and many others helped to organise, and I thought that was a really inspiring day, and particularly this session that John Shaw led on, with a range of young people speaking about how they got involved in wildlife recording and conservation, and it was really brilliant to hear all those different perspectives and see that there is so much interest coming through in those younger age groups. I work for the National Biological Records Centre, and one of the things that we have the privilege to do is to work with the very many national recording schemes and societies, of which there are now over 100. They're a very varied group. Some of them are very large organisations with their own staff, but an awful lot of them are run entirely by volunteers. And the people shown on the screen here are just a few of those people who do run voluntary recording schemes, including Steph Skipp, wearing her hat as Soldier Beetle scheme organiser. But there's a whole range of people from younger generations to older generations. Some of these people have been running recording schemes for as long as I've been involved in this area. But something that has really encouraged me in my time at BRC is to see that there have been quite a large number of people stepping forward and either starting up brand new schemes or taking on the schemes that were previously being run by others, and that there really is a genuine commitment to keeping this going, a lot of interest in doing it. And to bring us right up to date, the latest one to join the list just a couple of weeks ago was a new recording scheme for oil beetles, which has been set up by Liam Olds, who's a very talented young entomologist who's based in Wales and works with bug life in Wales specifically, but has quite a wide range of interest, particularly amongst the Hymenoptera, and the oil beetles link into the Hymenoptera as they are dependent on bee nests for the larvae of the beetles to survive. So, as I say, it's been really rewarding to see that this sort of activity is continuing and does seem to be passing through the generations. There's a lot more recording going on as well. These figures are just based on what happens on iRecord, and of course there's lots of other recording that goes on in other places, but the figures for the numbers of people involved and the numbers of records coming in do seem to be on the up in very many areas. That presents its own challenges, of course, in that the records coming in do need to be checked by the recording schemes, and the sheer amount of data does pose a challenge as to how we keep it all properly checked and organised and shared. But it does seem to be the case that there is not a lack of interest in getting involved. And I'm going to pick on just one example of a young person who's making a big impact with this at the moment. Finlay Hutchinson is still in the sixth form at school. He's based in Reading in Berkshire. And recently he published a blog post on his first year of garden recording in a fairly small urban garden in Berkshire. And within that year, he's recorded almost 900 species. In my role as Berkshire County Moth Recorder was where I first encountered Finlay when he started recording such outrageously rare things as light crimson underwing in his back garden. But he's a very careful recorder who documents his records well, and he has very wide interests, and he's already managed to add a species to the British list. So this is a parasitic wasp, which many of us find a challenge to get to grips with. I know that some people, Neil Fletcher's made good progress with these, and some other people have an interest in them. I find them really hard. But Finlay took on the challenge. He couldn't entirely work out what this was himself, although I'm impressed he got it into the right genus. But he took it further than that. He went and contacted the person who'd written the key. He sent his specimen off to them in Spain, and it came back confirmed as a species new to Britain. And I think this is obviously just one example from many that we could choose of somebody getting really into this and following things through and getting their species IDs working really well. So I think that's good news. Wildlife recorders don't seem to me to be endangered, and I do see lots of younger people coming through and linking up with the older people. It's one of the really good things about biological recording is that we can all learn from each other and bring these things together. But that's not to say that everything is wonderful all the time. There are definitely some problems. Another phrase that's been coined to describe some of these things is the nature deficit disorder, which has also been around for a little while and pops up in various sort of articles and analyses from time to time. And it does seem to be the case that there is a trend for people to spend more time indoors, and particularly for children to spend more time indoors for all sorts of reasons. Some of that's to do with the attractions of being on a screen and doing stuff online. Some of it's to do with the worry about risks from being outdoors on your own or from traffic on the roads. So there are definitely some problems here. The National Trust has also looked into this a little bit. This report is from some time ago, but they found that the proportion of children who regularly get out into their local patch of nature is much lower than it was when their parents were children, if you see what I mean. As time goes on, children seem to have certainly less unsupervised time outdoors. And they found that fewer than 10% of children regularly play in wild places. And that does feel like a really bad thing. There have also been a number of surveys coming up with this idea that children can no longer recognise or no longer familiar with wild species. And this particular survey claimed that 1 in 3 children could not identify a magpie and struggled with bees and wasps, but 9 out of 10 could recognise a Dalek. And I'm less convinced by that argument, to be honest. I mean, Daleks have been designed by humans to be recognisable by humans and have been heavily promoted on primetime television for decades. So, yeah, that's not terribly surprising. And I still struggle to tell the difference between bees and wasps sometimes. That's quite a hard thing to do. So I'm not entirely sure that all these survey results tell us anything very useful, but I think the overall message that children are not getting so much time in the wild, if you like, is one that we do need to worry a little bit about. And moving on into the roots into the professional environment, going back again to 2008, the House of Lords Science and Technology Committee produced a report where they raised the alarm that fewer taxonomists were, at least in the profession of taxonomy, that the age profile of taxonomists was increasing and there were few opportunities for new people to come through and get involved at that professional level. And I think things again have got a little bit better since 2008. I've just picked a couple of examples here. I'm fortunate to be involved with the Manchester Metropolitan University MSc in biological recording, where every year we do get very talented people coming through. The course at Reading is also doing some really good things, getting people coming through, looking specifically at species identification. But where a lot of those people do go on to work, but not necessarily in the field of taxonomy itself. And we're all aware that museums in particular have suffered badly from cuts in funding in recent years. And that is one of the places, of course, where a lot of taxonomy has happened in the past. So there are some concerns here. Some of which I think are being addressed, but it's always going to be a need to push for the importance of this basic species knowledge being properly maintained. And another point that was brought home to me quite recently with another blog post, actually. Dawood Qureshi is a young wildlife film filmmaker, he's a marine biology student and a journalist, and he put this blog up on the Focus on Nature site, which is another network of people, young people interested in nature, that does lots of very important and interesting things. And I think Howard's blog just really, I found it really well written, and he brought home to me this idea of the fact that it is still quite difficult for some people to see themselves represented in the world of wildlife recording. Historically, it has been quite a white, and I suppose quite a middle class, and I suppose to some extent quite a middle-aged pursuit. And although there is a lot of variety out there, it's not always as well represented as perhaps it should. And Dawud describes himself as being the small brown elephant in the room who doesn't see himself represented in all these places. I hope that's changing, and I know that there are very many people that do their best to welcome anybody into this area of interest, but I suspect there's still further to go with this before we can really make everyone feel that it is for them. So lots of good things going on, lots of young people involved, lots of new ideas coming through, which are also, I think, needed and important. And the final sort of section of this talk, I just wanted to pick up on a couple of bits of research that have come out about how we can actually get people involved specifically with wildlife surveys of one sort or another, and what sort of motivations people have for taking this up. There's been a few studies published recently about motivations of wildlife recorders, and I've picked this one, which is perhaps a little bit obscure. It covers volunteers from some water quality monitoring projects in the United States, and it's quite a small study, only looks at 271 volunteers, but it picks out some themes that I think have been picked up by a number of other studies as well. If you ask people why they get involved in these surveys, there's often a strong element of wanting to help the environment in some way or help their community. There's often a strong element of wanting to be outside and connecting with nature, and also of contributing to scientific knowledge and for learning. And I think amongst biological recorders in particular, a lot of us do value that chance to learn from each other and to add to our own knowledge. And those things seem to come through as motivations in a lot of these studies, and I guess that's not really terribly surprising. This particular study did pick up on something that I found quite interesting amongst the younger volunteers that they analysed. Where the idea of enhancing career opportunities and enhancing their reputation within their community came out much more strongly. And I think that, again, when you stop and think about it, that makes sense. If you're a young person making your way in the world, you do need to have ways to sort of show what you're doing and to build your own reputation for being somebody who does good things, whatever they might be. And perhaps that's something that we can try and build in a little bit more to some of our survey projects, how to give people that recognition for getting involved and doing good work in this area. Another recent paper that my colleague at BRC, Tom August, led on with several other authors, including Ian Thornhill, who was with BMERC some years back. Ian now works with this Earthwatch project looking at freshwater monitoring around the world. And they published this paper quite recently about volunteer involvement with this particular project and how that can be predicted and encouraged. And like many survey projects, they have found that the majority of the data that comes into it comes from a minority of the people who get involved. They run training courses, lots of people come to training courses, quite a lot of people send in 1 or 2 records, and a very few people then go on to send in lots and lots and lots of records. And that's a pattern that's been found very, very widely in lots of different recording schemes. And they came up with some quite interesting recommendations. Again, some of them perhaps reasonably obvious, but not all of them, I don't think. So making space within our survey projects for social interactions to occur, that interactivity amongst people is a very rewarding part of biological recording, whether that happens online or in the real world. Hopefully we'll be able to do more of it in the real world again soon. They also found that including complex tasks as well as simple tasks encouraged those people who would be likely to go on and become the more highly motivated participants who will be sending in data for long periods of time. And I think we often hear about this, that we have to make things simple, we have to attract lots of people in, and I entirely agree with that. But it's not enough on its own. I think we also need to build in a pathway for people to take their interest further, develop their learning, take on more responsibility, and sort of contribute a wider range of things, and that really does then help us engage with these people who are going to do perhaps the bulk of the recording in future, or indeed become project organisers themselves in the future. And building in the opportunities for that learning and for enabling participants to learn in various different ways is another thing that this research picked out as being a good signal of getting that longer term involvement. So I think there are some things there that we can do. And the other thing that has been known for a very long time is that people respond to getting feedback. If you're sending in records, you want to know what's happening to them. And today is an example of BMERC doing just that. It's always fantastic at these events to hear from BMERC as to all the important and serious and valuable and interesting things that they have been doing with the records that come in. And elsewhere, the records may get shared through the NBN Atlas. They go into the State of Nature report, the government biodiversity indicators. There's all sorts of things that they do get used for. And by providing that feedback, it's well known that that's the sort of thing that does encourage more people to get involved with recording. There's always more we can do to do this sort of feedback, but a lot of it happens, and it's clearly something that is important and does help engage more people. And I put this sort of slide in pretty much every talk I do. It comes back to this fundamental knowledge. To know anything at all about species and how to conserve them, we do have to know what they are and where they are. That basic business of putting dots on maps. And Biological Records Centre has been supporting atlas production for over 50 years now. The latest one to come out is this wonderful new book on 3 families of carrion-related beetles. In the middle there is Ashley Whiffin, who is one of the 3 authors of this book. And it's, as always, when you look at these dot maps, and I see the dots on the map, but I also think about all the people behind those dots. Every single one of those dots represents somebody going out in the field, finding the wildlife, identifying it, recording it, sending the record in. It's an amazing example of collaboration that brings us to these wonderful books that inform everything else that goes on in conservation, really. We have to know what's rare and what's not and what's declining, etc. So, as I say, I've been recording for quite a long time. The first ever biological record I made was in 1975, age 12, I think, and it was of a swallow-tailed moth. This is not my photo. I've never been able to take such a lovely photo of a swallow-tailed moth myself, but that is the species I recorded, and I can still remember finding it in my moth trap all those years ago. And this is a photo from a couple of years after that. As you can see, I had a lockdown haircut long before it was fashionable to do so. And I was lucky to get involved at this early stage, and I was even more lucky to meet people who could help me and encourage me and support me through that process. And I'm going to pick on one person to mention, and that's Ched George, who many of you will know. I met Ched at about that age, and ever since then he's been teaching me and inspiring me and getting me involved in a lot of these things. He's not the only person, of course. He's one amongst many, but he was a particular sort of gave me that mentorship role to start with. And it brings me back to this idea that bringing people together in this way, of whatever generation, we can all learn from each other. We do all learn from each other. And that, for me, is one of the really enjoyable things about recording. And I've used this photo quite a lot now, which I've borrowed from Chiltern Rangers. Chiltern Rangers do such fantastic work in trying to encourage a wide range of people into these activities. And I think this picture just really beautifully sums up the idea of getting out in the field, meeting with other people, learning from each other, and recording and identifying and sending records in. So I would say don't panic. There are lots of people interested. There are lots of younger people coming through who are building up fantastic skills and doing really interesting things. I think we can be confident that species recording is something of interest. We don't need to necessarily jazz it up or dumb it down or do any of those things. It is a fundamental interest that not all humans, unfortunately, but a lot of humans are interested in species. And I hope and trust and believe that is going to carry on being the case. We do need to be open to change, both in the way that recording happens, the people doing it, and how that information is used, and indeed how the species themselves are changing. But if we keep sharing knowledge, sharing our records, we're doing a good job, and hopefully we're enjoying it, and the whole thing keeps going and all the records feed in, and hopefully that achieves some conservation. Unfortunately, it doesn't always achieve all the conservation we'd like it to, but it would be so much worse if we hadn't been doing all this recording and building up the evidence and making the case for species conservation. So I'm going to leave that on there.
That's wonderful, Martin. Thanks so much. That was really, really thorough and uplifting, I think. We don't often look at the ecosystem of recorders themselves, but I think you've done that brilliantly today and reminded us of some of the things we need to do to keep it alive and well. Over to Julia and Fiona if there are any questions.
We do have a question from Anna Watkins. Do you have any advice for aspiring taxonomists that would like to be involved with British wildlife? Are there any taxa that should be targeted in particular?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Leading question. Now is your chance.
Yeah, well, well, I could think of all my. I wish somebody would sort out horseflies for my recording scheme. I'd love to have some more taxonomy done on those. But leaving my own sort of personal prejudices aside, yeah, I mean, there's lots of opportunity in terms of taxonomic groups. There's lots of species that we don't know very much about, and there's lots of new things being discovered. We haven't really touched on the whole thing about using DNA to study species, but clearly there's a lot of new work being done there. The Darwin Tree of Life project that's going on at the moment is pushing the boundaries forward there. So I think, and even amongst species that are relatively well known, there's still things that we don't know about them. So I think there's lots of species groups that you could choose to get involved with. How you actually sort of do that and turn it perhaps into a career is more difficult, but there are opportunities out there, and we hope those opportunities will continue and will grow. There are courses out there, such as those two that I picked up, those MSc courses specifically on biological recording, but there are other routes as well. Some of the museums have done some fantastic training projects in recent years, and some of the conservation agencies and wildlife trusts and so on run training projects from time to time. So yeah, it's not necessarily an easy thing to do, but there are ways of doing it, and there are ways that you can start to get involved and start to sort of get your information out there and start to sort of, well, I suppose, build up your reputation, as that other survey picked up on that I spoke about earlier. So yeah, go for it. Choose your favourite group and make a start.
Thanks. Are there any more questions?
Not at the minute, no, thank you.
Okay, that was really brilliant, Martin, and thanks. Particularly pleased to hear your mention of Ched George, who I know is one of our attendees today, and the mentors are available. But Ched has been an important contributor to many of us as we've sort of found our way into this very sort of complicated area, especially invertebrate recording. So thanks again. And picking up on one thing you said earlier, I would just like to say we're now going to be joined by two people who are qualified to speak about this whole issue. And lovely to have your background as we welcome Luke and Danny to join us and talk to us about their perspectives as young recorders. So welcome to both of you. I hope you're all, yes, I can see you're raring to go with this. So I'm going to kick off with a few questions, and we'll see how it goes. And first of all, it would just be nice to hear from you what recording and conservation activities you do and what you enjoy most about doing it. And I'm going to kick off perhaps with Danny first.
Well, hello everyone. Nice to see you all. So I've only really been properly recording for just under a year, but I've been interested in the natural world all my life really. But my keen interests are birds. So I currently do the wetland bird survey for the Floodplain Forest Nature Reserve in Milton Keynes, and I also do butterfly surveys around Milton Keynes.
Great. What what do you think you get out of it most? What do you really enjoy doing?
I think it's just the fact that it's a continual learning experience. Like as much as like you can just always dig that bit deeper, and it's just fascinating to find out how everything's interconnected.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, I'm going to turn to Luke and ask the same question. Luke, what sort of things do you get up to, and what do you enjoy?
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. Like Danny, I'm a wetland bird surveyor for my local golf course, which has a couple of lakes, which is very nice. I'm also a trainee bird ringer, so we're putting little metal rings on birds, kind of tracking their movements. And I also have a moth trap, which I run in the garden. So I kind of started doing that properly last year, and yeah, just hooked by the varied moths that come in the garden. It's just amazing.
Brilliant. And having seen some of your posts on social media, I think I could say that the thing that keeps you going is excitement about finding new things.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just going out and not knowing what you might find. It's just amazing. Just, yeah.
Brilliant. Right. I'm just going to try and find out what got you involved in the first place. Just continue with you, Luke, first. How did you get involved?
Well, basically, my dad, it's basically since I was kind of 6-7 years old, he's kind of dragged me out of the house surveying with him when he does his bird surveys. And yeah, I've just been hooked ever since. My first kind of birding memory was when we went to Everingham Marshes, and yeah, just seeing the amount of birds there, it just hooked me straight away. So got him to blame.
Right. So you were twitching at quite an early age, yeah?
Yeah. Well, bird watching, yeah.
Okay, right. And Danny, what about you? What got you involved?
Well, it was mainly my grandfather, because he's involved in running a small nature reserve in Emsworth, which is inside the Portsmouth area, and I have vivid memories of doing the butterfly surveys with him and walking the transects with him, and him teaching me how to ID all of the butterflies, and then birds sort of stemmed from that because they were just around. I remember seeing kingfishers and stuff along the little brook.
Fantastic. Right. So what sort of age were you then?
Well, probably similar to Luke, about 6, 7.
Yeah. Wonderful. And just thinking back to sort of when you were getting started, did you come across challenges or barriers to getting involved? You know, did you kind of want to do more but found it difficult at all? Sticking with you, Danny, first.
I think that there were some difficulties involved, especially when you've got that keen of an interest at a young age. It's really difficult to find a place to express it. So although I've always been interested in it, I think during maybe when I was like 10 or 11, I sort of not lost interest, but sort of found it difficult to maintain interest because there weren't many people to like bounce ideas off or enjoy the excitement with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about you, Luke?
Well, my kind of main kind of barrier sort of thing is kind of not being able to drive. Yeah. So for lots of people, they don't live near nature reserves or places where nature will be. So it's kind of just a barrier because they just can't get there. So they kind of dwindle interest because they're just not fueled by it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you were kind of lucky enough to be dragged around by your dad, but
yeah,
if he hadn't been doing it, you would have found it a bit more difficult. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Have either of you sort of thought of ways in which we could make that a bit easier for people who weren't as fortunate as you two?
We could definitely like more youth groups. Apparently before my time there were quite a few, but I don't know of any kind of wildlife youth groups anywhere kind of near me. So it would be good to get more of those up and running, and kind of running trips to nature reserves and special places just to hook more people.
Yeah. Danny, what about your thoughts on that?
I mean, I definitely agree with what Luke said, but I also feel like there needs to be a bit more work done within schools by the nature NGOs, because when you've got people that are going to school, you've got kids who are going to school and spending the whole day there, their time could be enriched so much if there was just the option to maybe be taken out and go to like a local nature reserve and have experts around you who have the ability to sort of engage and try and hook people.
Yeah, really, really important points, I think. And there is a move, I know, at the moment to persuade the government to start something on wildlife and nature in the curriculum, which would be tremendous. And just picking up on what Luke said, we used to have watch groups sort of dotted around. They've now become much scarcer and based on sort of main reserves, and perhaps that's something we've lost, really. I just wondered for both of you then as well, are there particular role models or people you've looked up to who've helped with your whole enthusiasm for recording? Danny first.
Well, I think that probably my grandfather, who got me involved, is a massive role model, because he was the one who sort of ignited the passion and then kept it. And we still, when I've had the ability to go and see him, we still just engross, even just in his garden, like moth trapping. I also feel like it really helps having supportive parents who are willing to, like, I'm quite lucky they're willing to take me to places which, or like reserves which maybe aren't as accessible to everyone. So I think having that at home is a massive help.
Yeah. What about Luke? Role models for you?
Well, obviously my dad, because without him I wouldn't be anywhere near the stage I'm at. And kind of big role models for me were the Bucks Bird Club and kind of more especially Mike Wallen, the county recorder, I think is doing a bit later. They've just kind of helped just kind of keep me going, kind of keeping my interest, kind of just supporting me, helping with like ID issues and troubles, just being welcoming and nice, basically. That's
really interesting. And what about the sort of support networks, communication networks? I mean, we older recorders are probably used to using certain methods for keeping in touch, but are there ones that you use that are really important?
I think at the moment there's a big push for young people on Twitter. There's a huge community on Twitter of kind of just other like-minded young people in this country and internationally. So there's great links there, just kind of helping with ID. And then through Twitter, some people reach out and then you can join like WhatsApp groups, which kind of serve the same purpose, but just more of a, not of such a public view. Yeah.
Great. And Danny, any particular networks you found supportive?
Well, I completely agree with Luke. Like, I know when I got on Twitter, that was really when it sort of, I clocked that there are other young naturalists who are interested. Also, like the WhatsApp groups, like Luke mentioned, which have been incredibly helpful for me, because it can feel somewhat isolating when you're the only person who's interested in something. Just having the ability on your phone to just connect with like-minded individuals and ask about ID and just chat about like ID issues, or just generally just about the natural world is incredibly important.
How has it helped during lockdown, when I think young people have been particularly badly affected? What do you think?
Well, I feel like I think we could all concur that nature's provided a grounding and a sense of time, because even when our world stopped, their world kept going and people became more alert to it. And I know for me, because we were off school, it allowed me some time to appreciate it more than I already did, and it gave me the option to just connect a bit more and have a bit more free time.
Yeah, was that similar for you, Luke?
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure lots of people have found these times stressful and just over the top. So I found just going out and just being immersed by nature just kind of relaxed me and kind of just cleared my head and just got me ready for whatever I got to do the next day. Just kind of calmed me down and just definitely helped.
Great. And just checking how you're looking forward. How do you hope to contribute in the future, and how would you love to get more involved?
Well, I'm hoping to kind of have a profession in conservation. So I just love being out in the field and just maybe if it's doing practical work or recording. So I'm hoping to have a kind of a job in the conservation world, just to carry on this love for nature, basically.
Great. And Danny, what about you?
I'd agree completely. I mean, I definitely want to get into a position where I have a role in conservation which is productive, but then I'd also like to do some youth engagement work and give other young people the opportunities I had and allow them to experience the joys I had and just the connection which I got with nature at a young age.
That's really interesting. I know some of the wildlife organisations are going to be looking for people like to do that kind of work. So that sounds like an interesting one for you. I'm just going to ask you both one final question. Danny first. What's your big personal wish for this year? It could be something you want to see, or it could be some change you'd like to see happen.
Well, I think just on a wider environment and nature conservation like sector, I'd like nature to, but not a monetary value to be placed on nature, because unfortunately with the society we live in, that money is what makes the world go round. So I'd like people to appreciate it, but not just for the monetary value, also in terms of the cultural value which it provides for people.
Right, that's really interesting answer. Thank you. And Luke, what are you looking forward to this year?
I'm hoping to see more, just loads more young people kind of trying to get involved and being infused by nature. I mean, lots of NGOs are doing work with youth panels and etc. just to try and do it. So I'm excited this year to see how many people will pick it up and just, yeah.
Interesting. And no mention of rare birds at all.
Well, rare birds, obviously, yeah.
That's fantastic. Thanks very much to both of you for just giving us a bit of a view from a younger perspective. It's been really helpful. Thanks to both of you. And I think we just got time to squeeze in a question or two if there are any, Julia.
There are indeed. It's generated a lot in the chat column. So I've got a couple of quick ones for Danny and then one for Luke and Danny. So Danny, quickly, Carla Boswell, who works for Milton Keynes Parks Trust, wants to know, can you help her with a butterfly transect at the floodplain forest in Milton Keynes?
Definitely, yes.
Cool, excellent, right answer. And one from Sarah Patton, is Danny's grandfather the amazing Ralph Hollins?
No, his name is Walter Osborne.
Fantastic. And then a slightly more general one for both of you. Basically, your view on social media, has it helped you to become involved? And what balance do we need between online and actual field recording? So do we want to start with Luke?
Yeah. Social media is it helps amazing. It's definitely got me more involved. It's just being with those more like-minded younger people. It's just helped me so much. And yeah, definitely with more recording. If people are putting it on Twitter and Facebook or whatever, then we can try and encourage them to report it through other networks to get it into you lot, basically.
Yeah, and Danny, just want to say what you think about social media, its importance.
I definitely agree with Luke. I mean, it as well as it is, yeah, it is a brilliant place to connect, but I also feel like you need to find the balance between connecting with people on there, but then also practically getting out into the field and developing your own skills. And I feel like there's some balance needs to be found.
Right. Well, thanks to both of you, and I'm sure there'll be other questions or comments coming in that you'll pick up if you're staying with us, which I hope you will. Thanks again. That was really interesting, I thought, and we're going to move on now to looking at recording plants and the Botanical Society of the British Isles, and I won't say to a completely different perspective, but it will be a little bit different because the person who's going to be speaking to us, Lynne Farrell, has been involved with BSBI for many, many, many years and has vast experience of botanical recording. I think we're going to start off with a recording that she and Louise Marsh from BSBI have made, but I know Lynne is with us, so after the recording, we'll be able to go to her for any questions. So could we have that recording, please?
Welcome to this presentation about the Botanical Society of Britain and Ireland and how we record our plants. My name's Louise Marsh. I'm the Botanical Society's Communications Officer, and presenting with me today is Lynne Farrell, the BSBI President. So the BSBI year kicks off in January with our New Year plant hunt, which started in 2012. And the idea is that plant hunters head out at New Year to record as many wild and naturalized plants as they can find in bloom. In 2021, 1,811 people took part. That was a record. We didn't have any group hunts this year because of COVID, so a lot of people were going out on their own or in small family groups. They recorded a total of 710 species in bloom. That was a record. That's our highest ever total. Looking at those species, we found that about half of them are autumn stragglers, plants that flower at the back end of summer, and they'd managed to keep going because they hadn't been knocked back by frost. About a quarter were early spring bloomers, so lesser celandine, primrose and violets coming out early. And about a quarter were winter specialists, typical garden weeds, if I'm allowed to use the word, and all year rounders. So this is pretty much the same kind of breakdown that we get every year. The aim of the plant hunt is to understand how our plants are responding to changes in autumn and winter weather patterns. So a bit later in the year, last April, we launched our garden wildflower hunt. And the idea of that was to record wild and naturalized plants in our gardens because we were all locked down. In the first month or so, we received 9,000 records, which was amazing. And one thing that we found out as a result of this survey is that 40% of British and Irish wildflowers have actually been recorded in our gardens. So we've produced a lot of online training recently to support our recorders. We've got free training webinars available on our YouTube channel for dandelions, aquatics, grasses. We're able to offer those to you free of charge because we received external funding. For ID courses where we don't receive external funding, we have to charge a nominal amount, £5 for our Fern ID course. On our YouTube channel, we also have videos made by BSBI staff, members, partner organisations, and we've got curated playlists of videos, really interesting videos we found about plant ID, habitats, live streams from BSBI events, and a lot more really interesting stuff. This is all available from our YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and look for us, and you'll get an idea of some of the great content that we have to share with you. Another project that we set up is called Plant Alert. That was jointly between us and the University of Coventry. And the aim of that is to find tomorrow's Japanese knotweed today. And gardeners can use an app to report potentially invasive plants before they jump the garden fence and become a real problem. So we've got lots of resources on our website to help people taking their first steps with plant recording, as well as resources for more experienced recorders. We've got a page that's just full of helpful hints to get people started. We've got ID crib sheets, links to websites, suggestions for books to buy. We've got spotter sheets that children or absolute beginners can use to get them started going out and looking for plants. And then we've got things like a definitions page to help you understand what's wild, native or alien, links to plant ID courses, grants to help pay for them. I'm afraid the window to apply for a grant has already passed for this year, but watch out for those on January the 1st next year. Loads of great content, so just take a look at our website, browse our site map and see what you can find. BSBI has a serious history of publications. It's hard to talk about them without sounding unbearably smug. We've got our groundbreaking distribution atlases, 21 handbooks out so far for tricky plant groups and another 10 in the pipeline. Standalone titles like the hybrid flora, books on grassland plants, threatened plants. There's loads of publications that you can find out about on the website. We've also got our periodicals, our scientific journal, British and Irish Botany. It's open access, it's free, it's available to everyone. So just click on that link and read the content. We've got BSBI News, our membership newsletter. It's only available to members, but you can download a sample issue and see what's inside. And we've got monthly electronic newsletters. One's aimed at botanical recorders, so lots of stuff that people here today might find interesting. The other one's a bit more general. Again, take a look at our publications page and follow all the links. So I'll hand you over in a minute to the BSBI president, Lynne Farrell. She reports every month in the electronic newsletter, and you can see I've put the sign up link for you there. So over to Lynne now to tell us a bit more.
Hello everyone. I'm Lynne, and I became a BSBI member in 1967 while I was working at Monkswood in my first job as a botanical assistant. Since then, I've been a professional biologist and I retired in 2007. But throughout my career, I've maintained my links with the BSBI and I contribute in various roles, field meeting secretary, general secretary, on various committees, being a trustee. And in 2019, I became president. So during the time, though, I've also been a county recorder for the Mid-Hebrides, which is the large islands of Mull, Col and Tiree. So here's an interactive map showing all the Watsonian vice counties, and those of you who are familiar with recording other groups may have seen this before. There are 114 vice counties in England, Scotland and Wales, and another 40 in Ireland. Most of them have current vice county recorders, but interestingly, Buckinghamshire is vacant, so we would really like someone to show an interest and to volunteer and join us in that community. You will get a lot of help. So if you go to the local botany website, you can see where all the counties are and what is going on in your particular area. Let me tell you a little bit more about what I do in my area. So here we are. This is on top of one of the hills on Mull, and there is a Munro, Benmore, but this isn't it. It goes up a bit higher. The habitats on each of the islands are quite different. Tiree is mainly sandy, Col is rocky, and Mull is mountainous. The underlying geology is quite important. Col and Tiree are Lewisian gneiss, and Mull is mainly tertiary basalt lavas. There are lots of different habitats as a result, so that results in quite a diverse flora. So you get the influence of the sea, and you also get the cliffs, the mountains, the grasslands, the woodlands, quite a lot of forestry. So when I became recorder, I thought, well, I better have a look at what information exists. And there is a brilliant, very comprehensive flora produced by the Natural History Museum, and it includes both marine and terrestrial ecosystems and species. But a team of 10 people would go every year from the Natural History Museum for a period of 6 weeks field work, and they spent 6 years doing this. It took them another 8 years to write it up and produce the flora. Another flora, which was produced in 2000 exactly, is the flora of Tyree, Gunner and Cole. So between them, I have some information already. If you want to know what's in your area, and I believe in Buckinghamshire you're lucky and you have 4 floras, the first of which was in 1838. So if you go on the website, you can see what else is available for you. So my aim was to record in each of the 417 tetrads, which are 2 by 2 kilometre squares, both for the Atlas 2000 and now to update it in Atlas 2020, which should be published in another 2 years. I was the first Scottish recorder to tackle it on this scale, because most of them had been simply on a 10-kilometre scale before, because, as you know, some of the areas in Scotland are quite remote. So, but I did manage it, and here I am in my last tetrad on the little islet of Maysgear, celebrating on a very nice day. We found 20 plants, 20 species in 20 minutes. This is how I get there. So I chatted up the local boatmen and the local landowners, and I know most of them well. And the sailing boat is the Bertha Marie, which is a rejuvenated Norwegian sailing boat, although it does have an engine as well, in case we need to get there a bit quicker. Sometimes we take Ridge is inflatable boats, but usually when we've had a good day, we celebrate with a beaker of champagne. I also contribute to other recording schemes. The National Plant Monitoring Scheme, which the photograph on the right shows you on Cole. This is one of the linear quadrats over 10 metres in a sort of wet flush area between the rocky hillocks. So I've been doing that for about 5 years now, and I'm very much looking forward to going again, I hope, next year to re-record. So ash splash, recording ash dieback, is also important. This is purely on mull because there aren't many trees on Cole and Tyree. If we have ash dieback in some of the very remote areas I'm recording on mull, then I think we will be in serious trouble. Site condition monitoring is mainly for exercise on our more important sites, and it is based on recording a suite of perhaps the rarest species every 5 years. While I'm wandering about, I also record butterflies, moths, damselflies, dragonflies, reptiles, amphibian, and occasionally there are these large birds that fly over. But most other people record birds, so I tend to concentrate on the other groups. Some of the rarer things are on my rare plant register, and you can go to this through the BSBI website and click on the green island that is mull, and it should come up with a link. So one of the special species is the oyster plant, which is found on the coastline, and the seeds of this species are shaken out during the winter storms, dispersed over the sea, and then germinate in a couple of years' time. Last year was particularly good, and we had a big population of 40 plants, where previously there had only been 2. Another interesting species is the wood bittervetch, Dicea oribus, which occurs on the steep grassland slopes. And a third one, just showing you here, was another site was found for this, which is very rare on mull, of Mountain Avens, Dryasoptepepala. And so 2 intrepid locals who happened to be helping survey where the eagle nests are found the leaves, but no flowers. But the leaves are very distinctive, and I was able to identify those. You can read lots of species accounts, which gives you detailed information from our website, and there's 78, 3 of those for you. Other species is a broom rape, and Louise has already mentioned our handbooks, which there are 21 and more coming out soon. You get a special offer on these if you're a BSBI member, so that might be an inducement for you. This one is partly parasitic on time. The handbooks are really good because they have excellent illustrations. They're not just full of text. So again, you can look at the page BSBI handbooks. One of the special species that only occurs on Skye and Mull is the Iceland purslane, Koinigia, and you can see it's tiny. It's that little red blob hiding between the sedges and the pearlwort. And where my rucksack is the habitat. So it's actually in freeze-thaw territory where you get stone stripes. And every year for the past 20 years, the National Trust for Scotland have been recording that on particular plots. And they were joined a couple of years ago by a student from Manchester Metropolitan University, and he's written up a paper which will be published soon, and indicating that Koinigia could be a potential illustrator of climate change. You can find out more about other research topics through our link, which is shown at the bottom, to the BSBI research area. So some of the things that the locals asked me was, could I produce a sort of, you know, an accessible guide to the general public? And that is what I did in 2014 by producing Wildflower Walks on Mull, which fits into your pocket. Is I think it's £9.99, and I've illustrated it with line drawings. So that takes you to some of the more accessible places on Mull where you can easily park and walk from, but it does give you a range of the habitats. I've also encouraged local people to produce their own, and the people of Col and Tyree, the Colacs and the Tiristans, if I've got that Gaelic pronunciation correct, produced the wildflowers of Col and Tyree. Being BSBI president under lockdown has been, shall I say, frustrating, but then it's been very different for us all. Lots of Zooming, blogging, and, you know, contributing to the Atlas records and thinking about writing a new flora. So much of the time I've been on tap rather than on island. And I'm really looking forward to getting out there again. So we do have a program of field meetings, conferences and workshops. Training videos has been mentioned. But of course, we don't quite know what we can all do at what time this year. So COVID permitting, we will slowly reopen, and hopefully our indoor meetings and our field meetings will be able to open up again. Finally, when they do, I would very much like to meet some of you at our events. And we're really quite welcoming, so don't be put off. We do have a complete age range now. Some of us may be getting older and greyer, but there are quite a lot of new younger members. So thank you very much for listening, and we can take some questions, I think.
Right, thanks very much, Lynn, for that recorded presentation. Very useful, full kind of coverage of what the BSBI does for anybody who hasn't come across it. I think I could detect the sort of subtext to your chat. It was effectively saying, look at all the challenges I have up in the far northwest of the British Isles, and come on, you lot in Buckinghamshire, surely you can get your act together. As you mentioned, we're in a sort of transition at the moment. Some people will know that Roy Maycock and Andy McVeigh are standing down as recorders, and hopefully there'll be someone coming along to take their place. And I'm sure that will be reported at our next seminar. Julia, are there any questions that have come in during the presentation?
One of them was just a general statement from BMERC, really, that obviously we are without Roy and Andy at the minute, but obviously that doesn't mean to say that people shouldn't stop sending in their records. So just to encourage people to send them to us or through iRecord, whichever is their chosen methodology, and that way they'll end up with a BSBI. So that's a good thing to do. And there was another one that came in from here about events. Sorry, it went back to one of your earlier slides, I believe, whether there's anything up and coming that Lynne and Louise would really like to flag that recorders from Bucks can be involved with.
Should I do that one, Lynne, or would you like to? We have a couple of spring conferences coming up next Saturday and the one after. They're both nominally Scottish and Irish conferences, but of course with Zoom, everything's online. So everybody is welcome to attend. The Scottish one is aimed more at the seasoned recorder, whereas the Irish one, the Saturday after, there's 10 talks and some of them are a bit more introductory level. But I mean, there'll be things in there like stuff about mountain flowers, identifying different kinds of sedges. So if you go to our website at the moment, it's right there on the front of the homepage. And then once you're there, feel free to explore all the other stuff we've got coming up.
And could I just say to people, do check out their website, because there are loads of resources, and you know, is it the plant hour you do, the wildflower hour, and there's some people have put a lot of work into identifying difficult groups, and some excellent sort of little presentations or slides that show you know, different plants. So really good resources.
Oh, thanks, Julia. And Wildflower Hour is a Twitter thing that's, well, it's across social media. Every Sunday night between 8 and 9 p.m, people share photos of plants that they've seen in bloom. And if you don't know what it is, there's a whole team of lovely people who jump up and help identify them for you. So do get involved.
That's great. Thanks to both of you for your presentation and for joining us this afternoon. We're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to have to move us on, but thanks again. I have to say, over my time involved in conservation, I've come across a lot of people with tons of energy and enthusiasm, but I think I'd never quite seen it in the form that came with Nick Marriner when he started getting involved with the project that the Chilterns Conservation Board were trying to set up, which has now become Chalk Chairs and Cherries. And he always leaves me exhausted at the end of one of his presentations. So we'll see what he can do today. Over to you, Nick.
Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for having us across this afternoon. And yeah, a little bit embarrassing. I'm probably no longer not the best birder in the family even now. So it's quite embarrassing hearing Luke talk on that front, but he's got the eyes and ears, and sadly mine are gone. So I now tend to spend my efforts more in trying to organise people to do more of the self. So that's, I guess, the gist really of what I'd quite like to run you through briefly for the next 10, 15 minutes or so on a project that we're working on in the Chilterns, supported brilliantly and fantastically by Julia and others on the call, Martin and others there. So thank you all for your input and expertise to get to this point. And probably more importantly, I guess a number of volunteers involved in the project are on the call. I can't see who's involved, but Tim, I've heard you answer a question. So thank you everybody for making this happen. My role really is quite simple, and it's pester people with emails. It's a lot of people with expertise and energy in the field are making it come off the ground. So walking through the project really, what's tracking the impact all about? What are we all about in the Chilterns, and what's the project all about? Essentially, if I can get my slides to move forward. Oh, that seems to have frozen. And my slides aren't moving, but that's a good start. Mick, can you still hear me and see a slide move, or have I lost you?
we can still hear you, but nothing's happening
moving
on the slide.
Right. Okay. No worries. I'll keep going with that, but I'll keep. So essentially, the Chalk Chairs and Chairs project, we're a lottery-funded project, National Lottery Heritage Fund project. And we are a landscape partnership scheme. So essentially our remit, if you like, over the next, well, we're 2 years into a 5-year project now, but the remit, it's a whole range of different things from heritage in the Chilterns. But my main role is looking at wildlife conservation in the central Chilterns patch. And we're essentially looking at landscape scale conservation. So we spend a lot of time working with farmers and landowners on one side of my job, helping them to excite them and encourage them to look at practical habitat management work. And on the other side, I'm overseeing a project called Tracking the Impact, which is what I want to focus on today here. Born out of a need, really, I guess, when I came into the job, and my background outside of work, I'm a bird surveyor I've been for a while now, and because I'm in the recording kind of community, I just assumed that recording and landscape scale recording was kind of what happened across the piece, but actually it came blatantly obvious. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Neil, if that's you sorting me out. Neil, if you're driving, could you move me on a slide, please? That would be great. So essentially, when we came into the role, it was very hard to pinpoint anywhere what actually was happening to species in the Chilterns. So we had all that we've got, and they're fantastic, and long may they continue and grow. The National Recording Scheme, so Breeding Bird Survey or National Plant Monitoring Scheme, Wider Countryside Butterfly Survey, tell us brilliantly what's happening on a national scale. But it's very hard to press a button and say what's happening to our butterflies, to our plants, to our birds in the Chilterns. So born out of that, essentially, the project is, and Neil, if you're still there, if you could move me on one more, please, that would be brilliant. Yeah. So we kind of took that challenge and sat down, and again, my role in this was really to organise a few cakes and get some people around a table. But the great and the good from Plant Life, from BTO, Julia and others from BMERC, and from Debbie from BBelt, and Nick and others from Butterfly Conservation, CH, to say, well, what's the best way of setting up a scheme that essentially tries to, on one hand, ask the question, what's happening to our species more specifically in the Chilterns, and equally importantly, and particularly relevant to this afternoon's conversation, getting more people into recording. So more people, but I guess in time, more younger people coming in. So those two questions we chucked around for quite a while now, and Tracking the Impact was born of that conversation, essentially. So Neil, if you could move me on, that'd be brilliant, please. If that's me. So on one hand, Tracking the Impact is a landscape scale project. So this is our project area here, and it's quite difficult to really make it where we are. But our project area kind of covers Wickham in the lower part of the project area, and then we've got along the escarpment from Chinner to Wendover, and all things in that kind of central wedge. We said, well, if we really want to know what's happening in the central Chilterns, we set up a kind of a representative sample of survey squares, and we sought to, and we arrived on 50 being a representative sample. And all the squares you can see on the slide here are those 50 squares that we've generated as the ones we want to cover and we want to survey in that area. And the hope is over the 5 years of the project that we'll get some momentum and get the scheme set up that will then continue as when the project funding kind of finishes, and we're working hard to bring in other resources to make sure that happens, really. But give ourselves 5 years to bring more people in, to train people up, to bring more people in from I guess a passion in wildlife into recording, and work with also existing recorders who want to pick up more, to set up this landscape scale survey project. And Neil, if you could move me on again, that'd be brilliant, please. And focusing in on it, and then we kind of talk through what taxa should we best to record. Are we better off what group? We could have picked any number of different taxa out there, but we landed on our birds, butterflies, and our plants for a number of reasons, but mostly because I guess they're probably more accessible to people. We feel like there's a kind of and they're actually good if you put them together. They're probably good proxy for the Chilterns habitat. So butterflies on our grassland, obviously goes without saying the variety of kind of grassland species we have in the Chilterns, and then the birds that kind of work in. Those three together work as a good proxy in combination to understand what's happening in the Chilterns themselves. So essentially we said 50 squares, and wanting to work then with the 3 national recording schemes to cover birds, butterflies and plants, and set up, in an ideal world, all 50 of those squares being covered using national methodology from the schemes. An important point that I'll come on to in a bit why we chose those schemes, but looking at bird, butterfly and plant coverage in 50 squares. whilst also bringing more people into the scheme, which I'll come on to in a sec. So Neil, if you could move me on, please, that'd be brilliant. So working that through, and if ever you could plan a project of this kind of scale, we were literally at this time last year sitting there literally ready to press go on a whole range of surveys and of training courses. So we have a whole package of survey methodology training courses and species ID courses, literally about to press go. In fact, we'd actually run one of the courses, and then COVID hit, and I spent 2 weeks in April hiding back the tears, cancelling pretty much a year's 18 months worth of planning because of COVID hit. So we actually haven't had delivered a full season yet, which is very frustrating. But from last year, when we got back going again, back on later in the season, volunteers have been absolutely fantastic, and the enthusiasm for the guys for the scheme and sticking with us and wanting to get out and do stuff has been brilliant. And we managed to get out there and get some coverage of some squares for the later visits, but by no means a complete year. And I'm hoping everything crossed that for this year, guys will be able to get out there, but still managed to cover just shy of 30 squares for birds, recording some good numbers there, and likewise for butterflies and plants across the piece. But obviously ambitions to grow that as we go forward. But last year we just about managed to get some coverage moving forward, and I hope in 2 or 3 years' time we'll be able to come back on this conference and report back and show some more analysis what we are actually starting to find and where some distribution maps. Obviously it's a bit early to show that at the moment, but testament to the volunteers. Last year we got some coverage which has been absolutely fantastic, so thank you everybody for working that through. If you could move me on, Neil, please, that'd be brilliant. So what do we do instead? And actually, in reflection, COVID has been quite helpful in a way, I think, in some respects, frustrating in many ways, but actually quite helpful in a number of ways that we've actually then said, well, actually, there's another way of providing training. So part of the project itself also offers survey methodology training. So we have a range of courses set up for people on wider countryside butterfly surveys, if they're people who have not picked up a survey before, or likewise with NPMS or with the breeding bird survey, to help people with that confidence to go off and take on a formal survey, because it can be quite daunting. And likewise, a lot of people who have actually got an interest in wildlife but don't have the confidence in their species ID to move them through and actually get involved in a survey themselves. So there's a wider package that we have an offer there for everybody, really, essentially wanting to come in, whether it's improving your ID with a view to picking up a square down the road, or are actually confident in your ID but actually never done survey before and want to get that confidence, or people who've been recording birds, butterflies and plants for a long time and want to pick up some more squares. But we actually moved a lot of that training online. So last year, and that was a new one for me, Zoom didn't exist until probably about the 3rd of March last year in my world. But since then, we've run a dozen, maybe even more than that now, actually, online Zoom sessions where everything from butterfly ID courses to tree ID courses to survey methodology training courses, which have been received well. But the beauty is they're now recorded and they're there. So we've built this, unintentionally, we've built this kind of resource base that can be used and can be shared and can be worked through, which plays quite a bit, I guess, to the kind of things that are coming out of your session, Martin, that there are other ways that particularly younger people want to get involved and want to digest training side of things. So that's been a real upside. We've also set up a WhatsApp group, building a bit on the feedback from some young people. We've now got over 80 people involved in that group. And that's everything from reminders about surveys to here's a particular plant I saw at the weekend, what is it? Really active group where people sharing ideas, sharing ideas, sharing tips, sharing news articles as a way of kind of a proxy for that kind of social gathering, I guess, that we haven't been able to do for the last year, but really kind of active. And I think hopefully that will continue as even when we begin to get back into to real life again. And like yourselves at BMERC, we thought, well, let's give it a go and let's have an online conference as well. So if we can't take people to the wildlife, let's try and bring wildlife recording to our volunteers and to others. And so we ran our first Citizen Science Conference last year. We were fortunate enough to be able to secure Chris Packham to come and speak and to enthuse. So again, a number of things that have come out of COVID, I think, that we probably hadn't planned to do, but actually have been a bit of a bonus really moving on. So that's kind of a snapshot of where we're at for this year. I think we're now at something like 75% coverage of squares being allocated. And we've got 22 days of in-field and I think 8 days of online training planned for all our volunteers that are coming in. I think we're just about 112, 113 volunteers now who are involved in the project, all essentially kind of, I guess, coming together to say, I want to find out more, I want to help, and I want to play my part in the Chilterns, hence the Chiltern Champions kind of link in. So a lot of movement, a lot of activity, and I really would like to come back in October and report back on some real records and some real wildlife and some real things we've been able to find. So touch wood we can. Neil, could you move me on, please? But in addition to tracking the impact, we've also been looking at other ways in which we can make this the link, and it came out really strongly in your presentation, Martin, about making this link between recording and volunteers and practical conservation and engaging landowners to help them make good decisions about what. And this has been another real kind of strength of all the recorders across Buckinghamshire, really helping out. We've now covered probably, I think it's now 70 visits, probably over 70 visits now, volunteers on our farms. So we're working with 18 farmers in our cluster where volunteers have been out with farmers on farm, walking around, not see formal structured surveys, but kind of collating, helping build lists of birds that are living on the individual farms, which has been a brilliant motivator of farms. And we've uncovered quite a few new records that we didn't know, particularly of corn bunting, and this winter with yellowhammer and others, looking in areas where we wouldn't ordinarily find. So it's another brilliant way that recording and volunteers have been helping with the wider conservation work of the project. And Neil, if you can move me on to my, I think last slide, yeah. So, and equally on the project, and there's a couple of animations here now, if you can actually just click me through, that will probably help. But we've also got a project now with the Hewington Ringing Group, and Pete, I'm not sure if you're on the call or not, but if you are, thank you for all of your efforts. Running regular ringing sessions on 5 of our farms, which again, helping to build that kind of real richness of records from. And the yellowhammer you can see on the left here was ringed on one of our farms in November, and then retrapped 9 miles away on another farm in February. Corn bunting on the right was ringed in November last year, and then in January this year, and 3 grams heavier. So those little gems, those little recording gems that just actually really help paint a picture for our farmers. Brilliant records, brilliant information, but adding to that scientific database, yes, but switching a light on with our farmers, actually the difference they make on the ground and the work their conservation work has makes a difference on. And Neil, if you can give me a couple of click-throughs. We've also got a brilliant project with the Bucks Island Raptor Group, similar kind of thing, putting up owl boxes in suitable locations around our farms, but also in going back in the spring and summer and looking to ring and to check those boxes, which again is brilliant data. It's brilliant to understand the population or the trends or what's happening to our barn owls or to our kestrels or to our tawny owls. But again, such a motivating factor for our farmers and such a conversation opener for the barn farmers to know they've got a breeding pair of barn owls on their farm. It makes such a difference. So recording and volunteers and conservation working hand in glove has been brilliant to see, and we want to build on that. So I guess my kind of final slide really to leave with as well, sharing some projects we're now working to bring in this spring. And Kristen, again, if you're on the group, or Mike, brilliant support from the Bucks Mammal Group. We've used the project funding to buy 20 Longworth traps and scales and various things to kit out Kristen and her team of volunteers who are going to carry out small mammal surveys on 3 of our farms. Again, adding to record-based databases of records, and I guess there are a number of areas, particularly on farmland, where small mammals I'm guessing are probably going to be quite under-recorded, but hopefully a brilliant way of getting farmers to understand, wow, yes, these small mammals need my hedgerows, they need the field margins, they feed the barn owls. It starts to build, again, that volunteer recording base, working with us. And likewise, if you can click me through, Neil, please, as well. Just to work through in a project we're really excited. We're literally starting next week with Claudia, and again, thanks for your support through BMERC on a similar kind of thing, but putting out and looking at an amphibian reptile survey project across our 18 farms. So we managed to, thanks to the generosity of Atkins, we've actually stolen or begged, steal or borrowed and taken a lot of the refugia that we used on the East-West Rail project. So they donated free of charge, probably about £3,000 worth of refugia to our project here that are now sat at Chiltern Rangers Depot waiting to be to put out across the farms. And from this spring, we're hoping to then set up a regular amphibian reptile monitoring program as well, just to show farms again a volunteer base that actually is not all about birds on their farm. Actually, they're hopefully the touch wood. We will find some common lizards. Hopefully, we'll find grass snakes and slow worms and other things that just inspire, but actually build to that, I guess, gap in recording of those species. So hopefully more of that to come as the project works through. So the formal recording through tracking the impact, but also some of these more informal but equally important informal recording projects. And building on the session from Luke and Danny, in their role. So Megan McCleverty, which is with us here, and Lucas, BTO youth representatives, have been helping us shape what we're loosely calling at the moment a new shoots project. So similar to the kind of concept, I guess, of probably what the old Young Ornithologists Club would have been, but a program over a period of a year where hopefully 15 to 20-year-olds, keen enthusiasts wanting to further their understanding, working with us to do everything from practical conservation tasks to bio blitzes to species ID days to helping out on some of these surveys as well to further develop their skills, I guess, and their enthusiasm and recording and ID in the Chilterns itself. So a lot coming together to try and, again, this key thing, getting more people involved, helping them with training programs and packages, giving them confidence and a structure to record, and then starting to link then that recording and volunteer effort into our conservation work, primarily with our farmers. So the whistle stop tour there, hopefully that's made some kind of sense, but we're great to kind of share more time at some stage to share actually what's coming out by way of data and records and things, but we need to actually get out there and maybe get a spring of field work. So if that's been useful, happy to take any kind of questions. If anybody wants to get involved or find out more, naively, I haven't put my email address up on here, but we can probably maybe put it into the chat website and my email address. And if you want to get involved, then happy to talk more about what opportunities there may well be. So thank you for your time. And
thanks, Nick.
Questions. Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to skip questions if you don't mind. Everyone knows you and knows how to get in touch, and we'll put the address up. Once again, you've exhausted me with just the sheer amount of work that's going on. I'm glad I'm not directly involved.
There's always a place for you, Mick. We'll find a way.
But thanks very much. And now we're going to move on to more updates from BMERC. First of all, from Neil Flynn, secondly, from Julia Carey. And so I'm going to let them move us on now.
Good afternoon. I'm Neil Fletcher. I think most of you know me, but for those who don't, I look after our database of wildlife records and do a lot of the technical work at BMERC. I'd like to start by giving you an update on the state of our database. Since our last seminar in May 2019, we've been very busy. We've added almost 350,000 records, which is an increase of about 14%. We currently have nearly 2.9 million records in our database. These have come from a wide range of sources, including county recorders and major data partners such as the Bucks Bird Club, Butterfly Conservation and BBOUT, as well as all the records we receive directly from you, our recorders. We've taken the opportunity during the lockdown to try and clear a backlog of records from emails. These are proportionally much more time consuming to deal with and have always been a lower priority than some of our other work. So given our limited resources, we have a backlog of records to deal with. You can see that a huge number of records come from volunteers, yourselves that is, not just the 43,000 at the bottom, but the records that also come from you via county recorders. So in total, that's a huge number of records, and the vast majority of records we receive come directly and indirectly from you. So it's a huge thank you to all of you for sending us these records. You'll also see on this slide reference to iRecord records. We've just started loading those, and I'd like to tell you a little bit more about that now. Many of you will be familiar with iRecord, but for those who are not, this is a national web-based recording tool that's rapidly becoming very popular with many people, mainly because it's available online and can be used in the field. We've made a good start, but progress has been slow because of other work priorities during the pandemic. What we have done though is downloaded 94,000 records and identified and documented the method we're going to use to load them, and we've loaded the first batch of records that I referred to earlier. Quite a lot of challenges though. There's a lot of data cleaning needed for the reasons I've put down there. And about a third of the records we don't load for various reasons, some of which because the county moth recorders download their own, and send them to us once they've checked them out. And some records are rejected. The fact that they're verified doesn't mean that they're accepted. We're hoping in the coming year to make more progress with this, and I'll report back to you next year, I hope. Now, you've heard we've got a lot of records. What do we actually do with them? Well, the main use of them, these get used on a daily basis, mostly for commercial data searches by ecological consultants. And they're asking us for this data to inform planning and development decisions. So it's critically important that we have the most up-to-date picture. We make a cost recovery charges for these searches, and this is our primary source of income, without which I doubt we could survive as a records centre. At the seminar in May 2019, I told you that we were planned to go live shortly with our new online service. I'm very pleased to report that the service did go live on the 5th of August. Since then, the service has been very reliable and very well received, and it's freed up very large amounts of time, particularly for Claudia, who's now able to work on other projects, as you've seen earlier. Feedback from our clients has been very positive, particularly for the quick turnaround, usually within a couple of hours. Though we have been told by one consultant that it's too quick because they can no longer use the excuse that they have to wait 10 days to get data from us. The online eMapper output, where things are viewed online against a map background, has also received very positive feedback. Perhaps surprisingly, the number of data searches has remained high throughout the pandemic and is up about 20% on last year. You can see from this graph, the blue line is this year's searches against last year's in red, and the cumulative graph shows that a bit more clearly. We've added about 50 new species to our database since the last year, taking the total number to just over 13,200. Some of those you'll hear about later in the recorders updates, but I wanted to tell you, share with you a few of those that I've been involved with. Now, you probably all know about birch trees and that they have catkins, but did you know that 3 different species of gall midge produce galls in catkins and seeds of birch trees? These are ungalled seeds. These are produced by the gall midge Semidobia betuli. You can see the characteristic window. These are caused by the gall midge Semidobia tarda. The seeds are also swollen but without the window. And here's a comparison. We recorded all 3 of these new to the county at a Bucks Invertebrate Group meeting at Penwood in October 2019. Here's another interesting record from Alan Albrow, who reported seeing these fish at Watermead in Aylesbury. If you think you might have seen them before, then it would have been in a fish tank because they're common guppies. Somebody obviously had tipped these out, thinking they were doing a kind act, but whereas in fact they're potentially creating an alien species which might damage native wildlife. I recently saw a Facebook post asking for people to look at ash keys or Samara. As we had an invertebrate group challenge in February called the Big Ash Challenge to look at ash related species, and I live in Walters Ash, I thought this was perfect. So out I went and I found the 2 fungi in question. There they are. The small dots were a first county record, and the second the other species was a second county record. So they're horrendously under-recorded, but they are very, very common. Julie went out when I told her. Another post on social media, I heard about a gall on eucalyptus leaves. My neighbour's got one, so I checked some leaves that had fallen on my lawn, and there was the gall. It's caused by the gall midge Ophthalmus mascali. I believe this is the first record for bucks and was first recorded in the UK in 2005 in London. Well, that's it from me. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague Julia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julia Carey, and as I'm sure many of you will be relieved to hear, we're getting close to the end of today and much nearer a cup of tea and a biscuit. I'll be presenting the final update from BMERC. At BMERC, we are now only about a week short of a full 12 months in lockdown, a unique event hopefully in all of our lifetimes. Due to the size and complexity of County Hall, where we are normally based, this has meant most staff have been away from the office as much as is possible. With the odd day's exception, the team has been getting to grips with working almost entirely from home, which unfortunately means we haven't seen much of each other since, nor any of our ecology, archaeology or historic building colleagues in a year. How odd a concept that might have seemed only this time last year. I've always thought of wildlife enthusiasts and ecologists as quite practical people and good lateral thinkers. The BMERC team are no different. So whether it's been creating a new ergonomic desk out of cardboard boxes and assorted office equipment, comfortable nests to work in made of voluminous soft furnishings, working extremely flexible hours to create space for homeschooling, or living with a bewildering selection of computer cables needed to keep us all working and online, that's part of how we've changed. I know the local mice in Buckingham will be glad to see the back of me, as I've largely been camped out in a garden shed all winter, as it's the only place with good broadband access in the north of the county. It's done wonders for all of our petrol consumption, which I'm sure has to be a really good thing, but in some ways it will always be good to get back into the office, if only to catch up and throw ideas around, and to be more visible to our partners and recorders. Perhaps more excitingly, back out into the field, which we, in common with all of you, I suspect miss greatly. So what has changed this year? Not being able to go out surveying as normal, but we have done some. We have managed to complete some tree and local site surveys and the occasional pond survey. We are planning as soon as possible to get back out with these and new pond surveys. All volunteer surveying and training sessions have necessarily been postponed. We are very much hoping to pick these up again as soon as we're able to in the coming year. As ever, we'd like your suggestions for training and courses that you want. We were keen not to lose contact with all of you and our wider network of recorders and enthusiasts, which is why the newsletter has come into being. It is something we have wanted to do for many, many years, but given the COVID impetus, the time was right. It's taken a lot of work and is evolving with time, but it's clear from the feedback that this is a welcome new arrival, and so we are keen to continue developing it. We are very keen for articles and photos from all of you, and it would be good to explore some of the new areas of study and to understand what people are looking out for this year. So what else have we been up to? As Fiona has mentioned, limited local wildlife sites have been possible, but we have completed a very large site at Bradnam in conjunction with the National Trust, the local tenant farmer and the Chilterns Conservation Board. An exciting new way of working for some potential local wildlife sites, and one in which we're still evaluating. A new area of work we are developing is to link up with other existing projects in Bucks, such as those run by BBOUT, to allow us to twin local wildlife site survey works and designations with other proposals on the ground, to provide more encompassing support to landowners and managers, and to target bigger landscapes where a network of local wildlife sites can be explored. And as Neil has mentioned, we have taken time to reappraise the way that we deal with commercial inquiries. These provide a substantial amount of our income, but also take up a lot of time. Streamlining and efficacy here are key. Although time-consuming, focusing on what we put into commercial searches to create the best possible airing for environmental data allows us to make the most of leverage we have with promoting biodiversity and conservation management. The income stream is also vital to our well-being and the development into new and different areas. Working with partners to improve how we present data to people and encouraging people to share data with us is something we've also been chasing. And we have substantially thinned a backlog of incoming data, which will be a great relief to all of the team, because it was getting to be quite a pile. It's important for many reasons that we're able to use it as soon as possible, but of course it needs a lot of TLC to make it just right. In January, we held a BMERC advisory group, which should be every 6 months, but the last one was deleted due to COVID. From the group, we received guidance and support from many partners around the table, and were able to formally adopt our forward-running financial plan, as well as identifying key areas for us to work on. And perhaps the most exciting thing, we have now secured the group's support for, as well as a suitably large financial reserve, to be able to employ a second local wildlife site officer. something which has been many years coming and is a really great opportunity. More hopefully on that soon. Inevitably, large projects have taken up much of our time, particularly late summer through to winter. These often involve data sharing with our ecology and planning colleagues and external bodies linked to the projects, as well, of course, as ongoing day-to-day data inquiries. Some examples of the large projects we've been involved in are Heathrow Airport and the Midlands Expressway. Both have gone a bit quiet, but no doubt will be back. East-West Rail, this has been a bit patchy. Our support for linked works looking at possible wetland improvements near the line is on hold currently. And of course, HS2 works here continue. There has been a new and unique opportunity where we're looking at the noble chafer on-site and improvements and habitat translocations. More of that later. Local nature recovery strategies. As many of you will have noticed, this is a huge area of work for us currently. Buckinghamshire is one of 5 pilot schemes nationally. These are designed to test and update a DEFRA process to construct a local nature recovery strategy for every county in England. These strategies will become mandatory when the Environment Bill is enacted, which is now predicted to be autumn 2021. The pilot in Buckinghamshire is being funded by DEFRA and supported by Natural England and is coordinated by Buckinghamshire Council along with a pilot area team which consists of the Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes Natural Environment Partnership, the Forestry Commission, the Environment Agency and the Chilterns Conservation Board. BMERC is providing extensive staff support with specialist knowledge, data collation, provision and manipulation and the creation of mapping resources for the public consultation phases which are ongoing currently. At this point, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of those who volunteered to take part in the recently announced online habitat and site survey. A trial of this was run a few years ago, and working on feedback from that and our thoughts, we are hoping the new model is more user-friendly, easier to fill in, and perhaps allows you to be more inclusive about your thoughts. The outputs will be used immediately by the LNRS team as part of a wider public consultation process which is going forward as we speak, but also in the longer term by the Local Wildlife Sites Project and the surveys team to understand more about the wider landscape in Buckinghamshire and particularly non-statutory sites. In the medium to long term, we're using information gathered to better inform what we know about these spaces. We want to target future survey effort and to use results as leverage to get more time and effort and money spent on what are often much overlooked but key spaces for wildlife in Bucks. If anyone hasn't yet taken part, but wants to, please do register with us to fill in a few blanks. There are a few weeks left to get the forms back to us online. There are a large number of areas and we would welcome everyone to let us know what you know about possibly some of your favourite gems in the county. And going back to the noble chafers again, I think one of my personal favourites recently. Although we have had to pause the orchard surveys last year due to COVID, these will be soon back up and running again. 2019 was a truly bumper year for all things linked to these stunning but little seen beetles in Bucks. And here we have to thank Martin Albertini for mentioning the possibility of us being able to access the new pheromone traps, the outcome of an informal conversation about chafers going back many, many years. Working in collaboration with Dr. Deborah Harvey at the UCL and the People's Trust for Endangered Species, we were able to send out a batch of pheromone-based traps to some of our volunteers, as well as to the BMERC team. These traps catch flying beetles, which once identified can be let back out again unharmed. Thank you to all of those who really kindly carried out surveys previously with us. Claudia and Emma turned up 2 completely unknown sites for beetles in the Aston Clinton to Wendover area, one of which is in the exploratory stages of possible inclusion as a new local wildlife site. Previously, the beetle was known in a very limited range around the Pitstone and Cheddington area, resulting from surveys by Martin Harvey, Mark Telfer and Matt Dodds. The very spatially limited extent of the record seemed odd, as this species' stated habitat preference is old orchards, and Bucks are swathes of these across pretty much the whole county. So the natural conclusion was that we could be missing sites, and we definitely are. As we learn more about this species, it seems that we need to update understanding about its horticology and its habitat needs, which is why the new work is so exciting. and we really can learn at the cutting edge of science as well as informing efforts to avoid losses and habitat degradation. 2019 was a bumper year. Dr. Helen Reid from the City of London turned up a totally new site at Burnham Beeches for the beetle, in an area clearly not orchard, although there are some in the same parish. Martin Kincaid from the Milton Keynes Parks Trust located several adults in a tiny orchard relic in the centre of Milton Keynes. And the BMERC team have added 2 new sites in the middle of the county. Jointly, they've extended its known bucks range roughly 23 kilometres to the north and 29 kilometres to the south, which really does change the map and opens up a whole new world of possibilities for these worryingly little known species. The use of pheromones to find key species is a science which has been developing rapidly over the last 15 years. As with many moths and butterflies, it has revolutionised looking for noble chafers, which, considering how large and striking they are as adults, are rarely seen in the wild. Previous searches relied on looking for characteristic frass, and it's a technique we still use. We've certainly waded our way through an awful lot of wood powder, deadwood lice and assorted poo looking for them. To bolster trap catches, we have vacuum sampled many trees, focusing on a site which will be losing a small area to HS2 land clearances. The beetle clearly has been and may still be widespread within this site. Work is literally ongoing as we speak, with HS2 ecologists and contract staff to move the potential beetle habitat in the clearance corridor, literally a matter of tens of metres into the remaining habitat, so that any beetles still feeding on the relevant trees can stand a better chance of emerging as normal. It's never been done before as far as we know, and it's a great opportunity to work at the cutting edge of science for our local biodiversity. Once done, we will eagerly await the results. And now to the fun stuff that we can get on with this year. Once we're post-COVID, we're hoping to work again with Dr. Deborah Harvey, who has kindly agreed to support our input into the national research efforts. Our fingers are firmly crossed that the sole worldwide source of the pheromone lures is able to get back into their lab following a COVID shutdown to restart production. We believe this is very likely, and so in preparation have ordered a batch of the traps. As in 2019, we are looking for volunteers to install and monitor traps. We would very much like to set up a grid of survey sites across the whole county, especially as we now know that its geography might be much wider than previously understood. The traps need to be carefully fitted and require daily monitoring to avoid potential harm to beetles trapped. If you have access to areas of land either in or near traditional orchards away from intensive public gaze, including old gardens with 3 or more fruit trees of any variety, or open sunny landscapes of old trees, particularly those containing domesticated apple and plum, as well as wild hawthorn, blackthorn and crabapple, and have time to install and look after a trap in late April and May, then we'd love to hear from you. Please email me to inquire about details. And so, as you'll be relieved to hear, I'm pretty much at the end of my talk, and I'm back to where I started, and that rather odd analogy in the title of this presentation. A recent conversation with friends suggested that COVID seems a bit like an aardvark in your woodshed. It's totally unexpected, it's difficult, it's very vexing to cope with. I mean, where does one order that many termites? It's fascinating, but time-consuming to live with, and hopefully it will be leaving us reasonably soon. I'm tending now more towards the positive outlook, that instead of considering the new normal, we ought to look forward to the old normal. The whole team is very much looking forward to a time when a group of people can comfortably sit around a large light bulb on a dustbin look-alike in the pursuit of moths, trawling ponds for newts and elusive water plants, or, as here, learning the fine art of wall appreciation for lichens. I'd like to take the opportunity just to quickly repeat a few things that we would like to hear from you about. Just ring us, or you can email the joint ERC inbox, which we all share. So the things I would like to mention again are the online habitats and site survey. This is still open. It will be open for another month or so. It's a very new process, and it's one we're keen to use more and need feedback on. If you fancy some light walking, we can supply orchard survey forms if you're able to fill one in. We'd love to have more of these from anywhere in the county. We also need your ideas for training this coming year and next year so that we can start putting a programme together with you. We'd like to encourage more volunteers to supply us articles and photos for the newsletter. Obviously, we'd like to chase more records, and we'd like volunteers for sites to put up the noble Chafer's trap. Thank you very much for listening.
Right, thank you to Neil and Julia for those updates. I have to say, if anyone is going to have an aardvark in their woodshed, it would be Julia.
All right, good afternoon. Next slide then, Neil. Beautiful damosel is getting increasingly abundant across the country. And once again, for this species, many thanks to all those who submit records with photographs, especially using iRecord. Next photo, please. A selection of 4 species which are doing fairly well. Small red-eyed top right, small red-eyed top left is doing extremely well. Red-eyed top right is doing less well. White-legged bottom left is starting to make a reappearance in a lot of the areas around, certainly Milton Keynes. Due to COVID, I haven't travelled very far last year. And the next one on the bottom right is variable damselfly. These are only just over the border in beds, so we could well be seeing them in North Bucks. Next slide, please, Neil. White-legged again, clearly obvious the swollen tibia on the legs are characteristic for this species. They are doing very, very well around some of the lakes, well away from rivers, especially around Thurston Lake in Milton Keynes. Next slide, please. Another close-up of variable damselfly. Check all the blues damselflies if you can, because this is probably somewhere near North Bucks by now. Next slide, please. Small red damselfly. I've had various records from South Bucks last year and the previous year. So there is possibly a small population down there somewhere. If people could have a look and send records in, it'd be great. Next slide, please. There's a couple of old maps of willow emerald. And for those of you know, they kicked off some years ago and were predicted by Adrian Parr. They have been traveling eastward and northeastward quite regularly. So we have got them in Milton Keynes. Next slide, please. There you have them. They are fairly easy to identify if you look at the thorax particularly and the blue lips. They can be confused with sponsor or common emerald damselfly, but once you get your eye on them, these are quite easily spotted. Next slide, please. This is what you need to look for. The left-hand one shows the willow scars or the galls where they lay the eggs. And the right photograph is a fairly typical willowing of size of which they lay in. But they also will lay into any material that is soft, particularly also alder. So people are cutting some of these plants down from the water margins, which is possibly affecting some of the abundance, but this is now almost certainly found countywide, again, thanks to iRecord and photographs. Next slide, please. This is the other one, which has caused a bit of a problem down in South Bucks. This is Southern Emerald damselfly. I've only received a few records from this, and as some of you know, this site underwent a bit of change in the last couple of years because it's on a private site and the landowners weren't happy with people wandering on it. So they did something quite drastic to the pond. However, there is a public right of way that goes adjacent to it, so records can still be sent to me, please. Very important to find out what this population has done. Next slide, please. The other one I've also received a few records for is black darter. Again, these are historically were found down the South Bucks around Burnham Beaches area. Haven't seen them for years. That's worth checking out again. But they have been seen around mid beds, bucks again around Berkhamsted. Next slide, please. Common or scarce chaser. This surely is somewhere in North Bucks and more probably in South Bucks. There was a couple of records last year and the year before near Milton Keynes on a private section of the River Ouse. Again, this must be here in numbers. So this is a definite to look out for in next year. Next slide, please. This is a couple of the good species are seen last year. Less Emperor, they have been seen in 2015 near Buckingham. They have been recorded on the private site over further west from Buckingham. And they probably do breed in the county, certainly in North Bucks. But this year we've had 6 records in Bucks. Quite a few of them were passing through, I suspect. So we've had 1 at Tring from the BTO and 5 records in Milton Keynes, of which ovipositing is possible since 2 females and 2 males were seen. Next slide, please. This is the biggie for last year. Vagrant Emperor was seen in the private garden in Milton Keynes. According to Adrian Parr, there was a huge population of these moving around the country, and they are again this year. So this is the first record I know of that's been seen in Bucks. Next slide, please. In the hand, to give you some idea of scale, these are quite a bold individual with the males. Next slide, please. Southern Migrant, again, this was reported in 2018 at College Lake. As yet, I've seen no records. 2018, we had a vast number of this species around the country, and I have not had a single record sent in. So if anybody knows of any and can confirm College Lake, it'd be appreciated. Next slide, please. Club-tailed or Gomphus. We've got quite a few sites down near the Thames and other suitable habitats. Again, we get very, very, very few records of club-tailed. It would be very good if we could get anybody near a habitat to have a look this year and survey and let me know. Next slide, please. So to sum it up, you've got small red, black darter. Keeled skimmer is certainly down in Bucks. Again, I haven't got there because of COVID. It would be very handy if anybody's got any records. And Norfolk hawker is just outside the border in Milton Keynes. It's certainly around beds. So this is one to look out for because this is definitely expanding its range considerably. Next slide, please. And that's just to wrap it up. Bucks dragonflies. I really like people to use, as Neil said, iRecord. It is so good. Saves me a lot of time in data entry, but it's always who, what, when and where. But if you can supply a photograph, it saves a lot of confusion with species. Thank you.
Alan, that's fantastic.
That's quick.
Thanks so much for keeping that nice and brief, but actually lots of really interesting stuff in there and some really positive developments. We just need more recording and more people to get in contact with you.
Yes, more people by iRecord preferably.
Yeah, that's great. We'll try and push that out a bit more. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I think we have 3 pre-recorded pieces for the other recorders. First of all, Nick Bowles, and I know Sue Taylor's been involved in putting that together. Derek Schaefer on fungi and the moth update from Martin Albertini. So I'm hoping Neil's got those lined up to play. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nick Bowles and I'm going to lead you through the Upper Thames branch activities in 2020. One activity that definitely saw an increase in participation was recording. People started off recording in their gardens, but in the summer people ventured out more widely and we got far more records of butterflies and of moths and even of other life stages. During 2020 we recorded data in the ways that we normally do, but we got more of it. Some came in quite simply as emails. Other bits came in on standardized recording forms, but a greater proportion of our data in 2020 came from apps, including iRecord, which is very useful because it can produce maps, like this one showing the records collected in 2020 in Buckinghamshire of butterflies and moths. The darker purple colours show where there's the greatest density of records, and these tend to be nature reserves, though some are definitely gardens, probably where people ran moth traps. The open circles are where there are few records, but the blank areas mean that there are no records at all on iRecord. This isn't quite as bad as it might seem, because remember, we record data through various different strands, and it is extremely likely that we do have data for those apparently empty spaces collected by other means. We also directed our recording effort at some species like the striped lichness moth. This moth has a very obvious caterpillar, you can see one here on the right, which feed on relatively obvious plants, dark mullein, and you can see one in the picture on the left, surrounded by a group of recorders in 2019, in the days when you could get together. We counted the number of flower spikes and the number of caterpillars and discovered that the Chilterns was a real stronghold for this very rare UK bat priority species moth. So in future we're going to be out there surveying for this moth and others with much more dedication. In addition to counting the caterpillars, our volunteers help the striped lichness by growing more dark mullein plants as well, and we've planted hundreds out over the years. We can always use more volunteers if you think you could grow some dark mullein plants for us to plant out, and we could also use some more volunteers to help count the caterpillars. And more besides, because we also actively survey for various butterflies, as listed there, and for rare moth species. For some reason, Buckinghamshire seems to have fewer rare moth species than Berkshire and Oxfordshire. I can hear mumbling in the audience. But anyway, we're surveying for all of those, and if you'd like to volunteer, we'd be very happy to hear from you. And we also have species champions who are volunteering to look after individual rare species, keeping tabs on where they're doing well and where they're not doing so well, so we can perhaps step in to help them. And 10K square champions who are coordinating across the whole of the area to try and make sure we get good coverage, not just from the honeypot sites, and they're concentrating on recording the more normal, commoner species. Other volunteers were out doing things like meeting landowners. We found recently that far more people are interested in finding out from us what they can do that will help them to increase the biodiversity on their land. And here we have Stuart Hodges talking to a landowner who has some very large woods in North Bucks and is extremely keen to find out how he can manage them to make them better for butterflies and moths. Volunteers continued to work at our Hotspur Reserve. Here you can see a couple raking up after we'd done some brush cutting, and the reserve continues to be in extremely good condition with a wide range of plants and insects. We had intended to take a number of volunteers out to sites in the Chilterns to continue work to help the rare Duke of Burgundy butterfly, but this proved impossible, and so this winter the Chiltern Rangers are having to work without us, as they're allowed to, though volunteers can't join them. As part of daily exercise, people were allowed to go out working alone, and Peter Cuss is shown in the picture planting some of the 250 disease-resistant elms that he's managed to put in for the Upper Thames branch. The picture shows Peter planting in a wood where there is a small colony of white-letter hairstreak, but where the elms are suffering from Dutch elm disease. So by planting disease-resistant trees, we hope to stabilise and possibly enlarge the colony. It's fairly hard to obtain disease-resistant elms, but we've managed to get a small number every year. We've also managed to get a small number from suckers growing on the roots of disease-resistant elms planted at the Hotspur Bottom Reserve years ago, which also now produce seed, and we've taken cuttings from them. We've been greatly helped by the charity Lindengate in propagating these and growing them onto trees, but there'll be a few years yet before they're big enough to plant out. Things had to be done very differently in 2020, and that's why we had absolutely no organised walks. And although we had volunteers out at various things, we had to invite them along rather than allow people to choose to come for themselves, so that we didn't breach the rule of 6. There was definitely more recording in 2020, and we intend to enhance that recording effort by reaching out to recorders, especially those who have only just started, to see if we can help them through the training, by getting more accurate identification and teaching them about the different ways that they can record in systematic schemes. Things like the transect recording scheme, the wider countryside butterfly surveys, and other schemes which do more than simply log garden records. We're looking to give more advice to landowners. That's been a real positive in 2020, hearing people with such enthusiasm and the land to make things happen. So there's definitely going to be more Zoom meetings in 2021, and we hope you might join us for some of those. To find out about them, please go to the Upper Thames Branch website, which you'll find on the internet. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and if there's any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
Right, next we have Derek Schaefer. We can start with that one, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Derek Schaefer, and this is a brief report of the Buckinghamshire Fungus Group's recording activity in 2020. Our usual activities involve gathering as a group of members to look for and record fungi. And in 2020, our first outing to Rushbeds Wood on the 15th of March turned out to be our last because of the pandemic. Anyway, the 11 members braved rain and mud and managed to record 43 species, including Hemimycena hirsuta, which was a new county record. Here it is, a tiny white mushroom with barely any gills on soggy oak leaves, covered in the hairs that give it its name. After that first foray, spring was dry and sunny, but with not many fungi about. But as we moved through the summer, it was clear that the large autumn gatherings of members that we normally had were going to be either forbidden or unwise as the pandemic continued. So Penny Cullington, our secretary and joint recorder, had the brilliant idea of a new approach. With our webmaster, Peter Davis, they set up a members find section. Members who were visiting sites individually could photograph fungi and share the images with us. The identification might have to be tentative if further study of material wasn't possible, or if it could be arranged, confirmation by microscopy or DNA sequencing in some cases could be provided. The results were listed on the website, as I can show you now. Here is the website. Click on Members Finds. And here is an example from December the 23rd with some beautiful photographs by Barry Webb of Hemimycena tortuosa on the branch of an apple tree in his greenhouse, showing it covered in these characteristic droplets. The identification wasn't confirmed microscopically, but is safe. As shown on my earlier microscopic photos here, alongside Barry's photograph, the corkscrew-shaped cells with rounded ends cling onto the water droplets, giving it this amazing appearance. There are lots more images to see on the website, and I would encourage everyone to look at them. The year turned out to be remarkable, as it happens, with many rare and new things appearing. By its end, we had photographs from 32 different members, well over 500 species identified, 30 new county records, including 3 new to Britain, 2 of which were confirmed by DNA sequencing. I'll just run through a few more examples to illustrate. Penny found this species, Cortinarius hinulio armillatus, in Rushbeds Wood on September the 28th. Now, Cortinaria species, especially in subgenus Telemonia, are unbelievably numerous and difficult to identify. But a recent paper from Kare Limatinen and his colleagues at Kew has provided a DNA analysis that can be used to confirm finding a species like this. And as a result, this particular species was found to be new to Britain and confirmed for Britain and the Rushbeds site in Buckinghamshire. This one is a slime mould, Physarum leucopus, growing on moss on a beach log in Burnham Beeches. A new record for the site and for Buckinghamshire. Slime moulds are not strictly fungi and belong in a different kingdom. They're often recorded by mycologists who refer to them as honorary fungi. Barry has a number of slime molds included on the site, and this one I think is a staggeringly beautiful photograph. This find of Batteria phalloides by Richard Fortey in the south of the county was a new record for Buckinghamshire. It is a conservation species classified as endangered and is included in Section 8 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act, so has to be left alone. Although it does seem to be spreading into Britain in recent years, and especially in 2020. It has a large and very distinctive looking fruit body with a woody, scaly stem and a cap covered at the top in spores. This is Rhodocybe fumanellii, a second new to Britain from rush beds, found only a few yards from the new to Britain caught in areas, found the same day by Penny Cullington. Penny recognised it was different from the more common Rhodocybe gemina, but its identity was revealed by DNA sequencing as a species described as new to science from Italy in 2018. And on the 3rd of November at Burnham Beeches, Penny found this Mycena, which appears to be new to science and had been collected in previous years from that site. Further DNA studies will now be completed to allow us to publish it formally as a new species. I want to say something about DNA sequencing. It's become clear that this will play an increasing role in fungal recording. Specialists around the world are publishing extensive studies of genera and species, linking classical taxonomy and DNA sequencing. This provides a framework into which our potential new or rare species can be fitted and so named. We have to be careful using this so-called barcode approach because many sequences are put on the public DNA database with names that can't be trusted. But when accompanied by full, taxonomically detailed and sound publications, it can allow rare and difficult species to be identified without always having to match the skills of the world's best experts. And finally, I'm delighted to be able to tell you that the Buckinghamshire Fungus Group has successfully applied for a grant from the City of London to support 3 years of DNA-based study of fungal diversity at Burnham Beeches and Stoke Common. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk about that project with this group in future.
Thank you for that. And finally, we have Martin Albertini bringing us up to date with moths in the county.
Good afternoon. Today I will quickly tell you about moths recorded as new to Bucks during 2019 and 2020. This is only possible with the help of all the people who send their moth records in. All records, whether one or hundreds, are most welcome. I thank the people listed here for their help towards this presentation. The distribution maps you will see show records for 10 kilometres squares, and the Bucks records are in red. Black spotted chestnut at Denham in southeast Bucks in January 2019, also subsequently in winter 2019-20 and 2021. No further Bucks sites. The first UK record was in winter 2011-12 as an immigrant, but it is now established in places. In Europe, the larval food plant is a range of woody plants, and it is associated with woodland, gardens and other open areas. Here is the distribution. The map is now rather out of date as the species is spreading, and there will be more dots in southeast and further north. Beds and hearts both have good colonies. This type of moth is the reason why moth trapping should be carried out all year. Light knot grass at Chorleywood in southeast Bucks, right on the border with Herts in May 2019. The actual moth caught is on the left and is a dark form of the species. Normally associated with bogs and heathlands where the larvae feed on low woody plants such as heather, bilberry, bog myrtle and sallows. As you can see, well outside its usual range, many moth species have a tendency to wander from their normal range when the weather is hot. On the map, dark blue dots are for records 2000 to 2016, light blue 1970 to 1999, and yellow before 1970. Satin lutestring at Kimble near Princess Risborough in June 2019, perhaps the rarest of the 4 UK lutestring species, normally associated with mature woodland, with birch being the larval food plant. As you can see, rather outside the main population areas, and maybe it was just a wanderer. Oak rustic. Records from 2 sites, Marlow Bottom and Westcott near Waddesdon, on the same night in November 2019. Not a surprise, as it had been spreading in the south and southeast of the UK since it became established around 2005. The larvae feed on evergreen oak. A small range extension according to this map, but as it is now a spreading species, this map is now well out of date. There are records for Berkshire and Oxon, but none yet for Northamptonshire. L. Album wainscot. 2 records within 2 days in September 2020 from 2 sites, Burnham just west of Slough and Horridge north of Chesham. This is the only new macro from 2020. These would definitely have been migrants, although it is established in some southern coastal areas. The larval food plant is normally marram grass. Next, some micro moths, but just pictures, no maps. Euder fulvaris at Burnham in August 2019. The actual specimen is on the left. An occasional migrant to the UK, which may be getting more common and perhaps temporarily established on the south coast, rarely makes it far inland. Usually associated with open areas, waste ground and gardens. The larvae feed on a range of plants such as catmint, black horehound, meadow clary and white dead nettle. Cydia interskindana at Denham in August 2019. Needed the genitalia examined to be sure. The insect is the original specimen, a male. Here are some more natural pictures. First recorded in the UK in 2016 in Putney. There was a debate about if it was a migrant or an adventive. In its native southern European habitat, the larvae feed on Juniperus oxysidrata, an uncommon horticultural plant in the UK. Zelaria oleostrella. Yes, this is a moth. At Marlow Bottom in southern Bucks in August 2019. First UK record was in 2006 and it was thought to be a migrant, but may well have been imported as a larva on olive bushes, which are now widely sold in garden centres. The garden where it was found has olive bushes, and it was also found there in 2020, so it's probably established on the bushes. Scrobipalpa ocellatella at Grangelands near Princess Risborough in September 2020. Rarely found away from southern coastal counties. The larvae feed on sugar beet and sea beet, so perhaps this one is just a wanderer. Uncinus obductella at Grangelands in August 2020. A total of 6 were seen from 2 different dates. Very localised chalk downland species, of which the larvae feed on marjoram. normally only expected in Kent and more recently in a few sites in East Sussex and Surrey. In 2019 and 20, it has been found on Bedfordshire's Chalk Hills. It seems that the Bucks Chilterns can now be added as a newly colonised area. Cadra figulilla at Milton Keynes in June 2020. Known as the raisin moth, as the larvae feed on dried fruits and cereals and are a pest. The picture is not the original specimen. As you can see, the moth is drab and very like other sister species, which are mostly also pests, and had to be determined by examination of the genitalia. The site it was found at was Oak Hill Wood, which is next to Oak Hill Prison, from which it may well have originated. Note that the previous genitalia picture shown was a male, and this is a female, so no gender bias in this talk. Mussotima nitidalis at Chorley Wood in November 2020. The original specimen is on the left. The first UK record was in Dorset in 2009, and since then there have been scattered records from southern counties. It is native to Australia and New Zealand and thought to have made it to the UK on imported tree ferns. Thank you.
Thanks very much to our 5 recorders who do a phenomenal amount of work, I'm sure you can guess, behind the scenes in order to keep our records up to date. I'm afraid we're not going to have much time to deal with questions, but I know, Julia, there are a couple of questions that have come up over the last few presentations.
Yes, so we've got one which we will send to Lynne, who I think is probably now gone. It was from Tom Dunbar, who's got an interest in white letter hair streak, which obviously feed on various elms. And it's to do with the identification of elms within the Aylesbury area. I'll read out the brief piece. The identity of the elm is proving a challenge. The tree form is a mismatch for which elm is Huntingdon a possibility, which was apparently widely planted in the 20th century and is often a sort of parks and urban spaces thing. The reason for asking is obviously the elms are still extant. They appear to be showing some resistance to Dutch elm disease and are growing well. So it's just a question about whether we can actually identify these trees that are roughly 7 meters tall or not. It's a difficult question. I know I've spent quite a lot of time myself on elms, so I think it's probably the best way of dealing with that one is to pass it to Lynne, and we'll come up with a joint answer which we can send to Tom direct. And then the second one is from Danny Sedgewick. It's about butterflies. And Danny asks, what were the priority butterfly species you would like records of? That's obviously for Nick.
Thanks, Danny. Well, to be honest, we're really interested in records of literally everything that you can see and identify. So our priority is to get a really good coverage. I think you're up in Milton Keynes, so a species to look out for up there is small blue, which does seem to be spreading in that area to an extent. But genuinely, we're interested in everything. If you can find records for us of hair streaks up there, that would be excellent. There's some very good hair streak sites. But we never turn down a single record. Every small white and meadow brown is cherished just as much as every small blue.